Hello, I'm Vice Mayor Drew Combs, and welcome to the November 12th regular City Council meeting. This is a hybrid meeting with City Council and City staff and members of the public participating virtually and in City Council chambers. Please note, public comment speaker time may be limited to 2 minutes if there are more than 10 speakers on an item. With that, we'll move on to roll call. I would like to introduce City Council members and staff present in chambers are myself, Vice Mayor Drew Combs, Council members Maria Dorr, Betsy Nash, and Jen Willison. Mayor Cecilia Taylor is participating remotely under Assembly Bill 2449, Just Cause. Mayor Taylor, can you please provide a general description of the circumstances related to the use of AB 2449, Just Cause?
Thank you, Vice Mayor Combs. I am using AB 2449 because I am under the weather. Thank you.
Great. Thank you. Thanks for joining us this evening, even though you're under the weather. In accordance with Government Code 54953B.2.A, when one or more City Council members participates remotely, agenda items requiring action will be voted on using roll call. This evening, the roll call vote will be taken in alphabetical order based on first name. Staff present here this evening includes City Manager Justin Murphy, City Attorney Nira Doherty, and City Clerk Judy Herron. City Clerk Herron, would you please provide instructions to the City Council and members of the public on how the meeting will proceed?
Yes, thank you, Vice Mayor. And again, echoing a welcome to our November 12th regular City Council meeting. For members of the public who wish to provide comment on an item on tonight's agenda, after the Vice Mayor calls for comment on that item, if you are participating virtually, we ask that you engage that hand feature in the bottom of your screen. Calling in from a landline or a cell phone, press *9 at that time. If you are participating in person, you can complete a speaker card at that back table and then return to me here at the clerk's desk. I would also like to announce that the city has extended its recruitment for the East Palo Alto Advisory Sanitary District Advisory Committee. The recruitment was extended through Friday, December 5th at 5 p.m. It is open to the East Palo Alto Sanitary District Service Area residents within Menlo Park. For more information, visit menlopark.gov/sanitary sewer, or you can email, call, or swing by the city clerk's office at City Hall. That concludes my instructions and introductions. Mayor or Vice Mayor, please continue.
All right, thank you, Clerk Herron. With that, we'll proceed on to closed session. We will begin with a closed session item. City Clerk Herron, please call for public comment for closed session items C1 and C2.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. So at this time, if any member of the public wishes to provide comment on our closed session items C1, conference with real property negotiators pursuant to Government Code 54956.8, or item C2, conference with legal counsel for anticipated litigation, participating virtually, go ahead and engage that hand feature, bottom of your screen. Calling in from a landline or a cell phone, please press *9 now. Participating in person, complete a speaker card at the back table and return to me at the clerk's desk. This will be the final call for public comment on our closed session items C1 and C2. Seeing no hands or cards. Vice Mayor, you may continue.
Great, thank you, Clerk Herron. With that, we will now adjourn to the closed session. We anticipate reconvening the meeting around 6:30 p.m. Please check the screen for updates.
Okay, having our city council back at our in-person and virtual dais. Vice Mayor, you may reconvene the meeting.
Thank you, Clerk Heron. Hello, I am Vice Mayor Drew Combs, and I'd like to recall to order the November 12th regular City Council meeting. Again, this is a hybrid meeting with City Council, City staff, and members of the public participating virtually and in City Council chambers. Okay, yeah, again, please note that public comment speaker time may be limited for 2 minutes if there are more than 10 speakers on an item. So we'll do the roll call again. Present in chambers are myself, Vice Mayor Drew Combs, City Council members Maria Dorr, Betsy Nash, and Jen Willison. Mayor Cecilia Taylor is participating remotely under Assembly Bill 2449, Just Cause. Staff present include City Manager Justin Murphy, Assistant City Manager Stephen Stolte, City Attorney Nira Doherty, and City Clerk Judy Heron. Clerk Heron, would you please provide instructions to the City Council members of the public on how the meeting will proceed?
Yes, thank you, Vice Mayor. So for members of the public who wish to provide comment on an item on tonight's agenda, after the Vice Mayor calls for comment on that item, if you are participating virtually, we ask that you engage that hand feature bottom of your screen. If you're calling in from a landline or a cell phone, you can press *9 at that time. If you're participating in chambers, complete a speaker card at that back table and then return to me here at the clerk's desk. Also did want to share out again that the city has extended its recruitment for the East Palo Alto Sanitary District Advisory Committee. Recruitment is running through 5 p.m. Friday, December 6th for any East Palo Alto Sanitary District Service Area resident within Menlo Park. Please feel free to visit menlopark.gov/sanitary sewer, or you can email or call or visit us at City Hall. That includes my introductions and instructions. Vice Mayor, you may continue.
Okay, thank you, City Clerk Heron. I'd like to introduce City Attorney Nira Doherty to report out from the closed session.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. There's no reportable action.
Great, thank you. With that, we'll move on to agenda review. Agenda review provides advance notice to members of the public and city staff of any modifications to the agenda order and any requests from City Council members. Does the City Council wish to pull any items from the consent calendar or informational items? Okay. Does the City Council desire to modify the order of any agenda item? All right, cool. With that, we'll move on to public comment. Under public comment, the public may address the City Council on any subject not listed on the agenda. Each speaker may address the City Council once under public comment for a limit of 3 minutes. Speaker time will be limited to 2 minutes if there are more than 10 speakers. You are not required to provide your name or city of residence, but it is helpful. The City Council cannot act on items not listed on the agenda, and therefore the City Council cannot respond to non-agenda issues brought up under public comment other than to provide general information. City Clerk Heron, please call for general public comment.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. So at this time, if any member of the public wishes to provide comment for an item not on tonight's agenda, if you are participating virtually, go ahead and engage that hand feature bottom of your screen. Calling in from a landline or a cell phone, please press *9. Participating in person, complete a speaker card at the back table and return to me at the clerk's desk. Okay, currently have 3 speakers. So this will be the final call for public comment for items not on tonight's agenda. All right, we will start with Greg Connellan, followed by Gina Sadaria.
I just want to introduce myself to the people who are not present tonight. I moved into Menlo Park in the last few months, so I'm new to Menlo Park, but I've spent several decades in Atherton, which is kind of a suburb of Menlo Park. So, and I worked on the rail committee in Atherton, and we spent 20 years getting a quiet zone And that's really what I want to speak about tonight here in Menlo Park, because I know the council has gone into the quiet zone as an issue and has working on that as it is. And we were successful in Atherton getting both intersections installed with quad gates, and therefore we're qualified for the quiet zone. And both intersections are now a quiet zone. And I would hope to continue my interest. I spent 20 years on the quiet zone and the rail committee of Atherton. And before that, I served on a California commission, the PUC, the Public Utility Commission, and I served 6 years as a commissioner and 2 years as president. And I also served 2 years on the California Transportation Commission. So I've been very experienced in the rail and transportation for the state of California. So I just want to express that I want to continue helping Menlo Park with its 4 intersections to see if we can get quad gates and get a quiet zone qualified. And if possible, I would want to go further and help Menlo Park put the Caltrains tracks in a trench for all 4 intersections. And I think the reason would, besides the quiet zone, would be the fatalities. We've had 30 fatalities in the last 3 years from between San Francisco and San Jose. And I think it's a disgrace. I think Caltrains is the most deadly railroad in the United States. And I think that putting the tracks in a trench all the way from San Francisco to San Jose would be a step in the right direction. And when I was on the Transportation Commission and for the state of California, we installed a trench 20 miles from San Pedro to downtown LA. So I've experienced in that. We got $1 billion to do that project, and I know it'll be very expensive to try and do it in Caltrains, but I will be here as a citizen, and anything I can do to help, I want to do so. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your comment. Next is Gina Sidaria, followed by Bill Kirsch.
Good evening, council members and staff. I'm Gina Sidaria, Superintendent of the Ravenswood City School District, and I'd like to take this time just to introduce you an overview of our Ravenswood Promise and Learner Profile. So the Ravenswood Promise is a shared vision for what we want to be true for students, paired with a community action plan to get us there. Our goal is to empower students to discover their unique talents, shaping a brighter future for themselves and our community. Over the last 18 months, over 1,000 community members, including some of our incredible students, have contributed to the Ravenswood Promise process. And together we've defined our learner profile. And this outlines the skills, mindsets, and experiences we want every student to develop. The vision holds us accountable for providing an exceptional and transformative education. This year, we are focused on 3 priorities, our 3 big rocks, grounded in student data, classroom observations, and deep community engagement. First, language and literacy. We're emphasizing the science of reading and fostering language development across all content areas to ensure all students are proficient readers and effective communicators. Second is attendance. We aim to increase student attendance, understanding that time in the classroom is essential for academic success and building strong relationships. And the third is talent. We're committed to recruiting, developing, and retaining the best educators who can make a difference in our students' lives. By focusing on these areas, we are laying a strong foundation for success, ensuring every student has the opportunity to choose their college and career path. However, we know we can't do this alone. And so the City of Menlo Park and the Bellahaven community are vital partners in this work. Together, we can elevate our schools and as a result, uplift our entire community. So I would love to have you continue supporting us and encouraging us, and I encourage you to stay engaged in our work to ensure the best opportunities for all our students. And I also request the opportunity to present an update on our community action plan, a formal presentation to share with the council in early spring. Thank you for your time and your continued partnership in helping us bring our Ravenswood Promise to life. And in the interim, I encourage you to go to our website, click the Ravenswood Promise button, and you can see the engagement that we're doing to make the learner profile be true for students. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. Our next speaker will be Bill Kirsch.
All right, I'm here again. Thank you all for your service. I really appreciate it. I know on these kind of nights, you've already had a long meeting. So I'm here just speaking for the families of Partridge Avenue, because most of the 40 people that signed our petition that we sent to the city on, I think it was October 7th, they all have families, young kids, ride their bikes to school. It's dinner time, homework, they can't be here. My kids are adults, are out of the house, so here I am, begging you to help us out. I have a statistic to add to Public Works. Maybe they can move Partridge up a bit on the hierarchy of for remediation. We had a cyclist hit by a car that was turning onto Partridge Avenue 3 weeks ago. It was the Saturday before Halloween. She was a young adult cyclist. The car turned onto Partridge to cut through down to El Camino to go to Palo Alto. This is what a lot of drivers do. This is what we're trying to get the Public Works and city to pay attention to. And she was thrown onto the front windshield and carried away on a stretcher. So please, Public Works, add that data to Partridge Avenue. So we have a crash and we have an injury. And I don't know the status of the person. The other thing I'd like to, so we received a response from Kevin Shen. I have a lot of respect for Kevin. He's a really good guy and a hardworking guy, but basically kicking the can down the road. Told us that the NTMP is on hold. There's now this new slow streets plan that was not really defined. I went on this website of the slow streets. I saw this quick build link and I clicked on it, and there were two projects that have been done, one at Dragers and another Willow and Middlefield that are complete, but there was nothing else on that list. He said that there's been staff turnover. They're hoping to recruit some folks. So I'm saying, if we're having all these issues, let's try something new. Instead of collecting data, if you hear complaints from your citizens, residents, send a Public Works staff out and engage with the citizens. They know their street the best. The data that Kevin copied me on, I really don't have much credence in it. It was speed and volume data that was collected recently, but we've had a lot of building, a lot of construction on the street. So I don't feel that data is valid. It's not our lived experience. So I would recommend, instead of an NTMP or some other program that tells residents they have to beg for safe streets, instead of asking residents to beg, have staff go out and engage with these folks. Because the last thing I'll say quickly is that we had a Halloween party. I had several folks on our street ask me, what should they do? Should they take matters into their own hands? Should they throw rubber speed humps out there? And I said, no, we got to work with the city, but you need to come and lobby. But folks are busy. Anyway, thank you.
Thank you for your comment. All right, and that concludes our cards in hands for this item. Vice Mayor, you may continue.
Great, thank you, Clerk Karen. Thank you for everyone who made a public comment. Thank you, Superintendent, for sharing with us an update of Ravenswood Promise, and Mr. Kirsch for representing your neighbors, and Mr. Conlon for your update about the quiet zone. I have to admit, this is the first time I've heard Atherton referred to as a suburb of Menlo Park, but I guess we'll take it. With that, we'll move on to the presentations and proclamations section of the meeting. We have one proclamation this evening. The proclamation is I-1, Ruby Bridges Walk to School Day. City Clerk Karen, please call for public comment on item I-1.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. So at this time, if any member of the public wishes to provide comment on our proclamation I-1, Ruby Bridges Walk to School Day. If you are participating virtually, please engage that hand feature bottom of your screen. Calling in from a landline or a cell phone, please press *9. Participating in person, complete a speaker card at that back table and return to me at the clerk's desk. All right, this will be the final call for public comment on our proclamation I-1. Okay, so with that, no hands, no cards. Vice Mayor, you may continue.
Yeah, thank you, Clerk Karen. With that, I will read a synopsis of the proclamation and the reasoning behind it. In 1960, Ruby Bridges made history by integrating William Franz Elementary School in New Orleans, becoming a symbol of the civil rights movement. Nearly 60 years later, the Ruby Bridges Walk to School Day was established in California to honor her legacy. On November 14th, each year to commemorate Ruby's historic steps, communities across the Bay Area, including Menlo Park, promote walking to school and inclusivity, advancing equity and safety for all ages. This year, the city of Menlo Park, the city of Menlo Park Safe Routes to School program joins many other cities in San Mateo County and the Bay Area at large in partnering with local schools and the community to promote walking to school and inclusive communities, because it is only together that we can take steps toward equity and safety for all. And then here to accept the proclamation is San Mateo County Office of Education Safe Routes to School Coordinator, Teresa Velez Kelly.
Thank you, Mayor and City Council members. Thank you for your continued commitment to honoring the historic steps Ruby Bridges took 64 years ago this Thursday. Ruby Bridges Walk to School Day has captured the imagination of children across the country as they learn how a small child made a significant impact on the civil rights movement. Ruby Bridges Walk to School Day reminds us that all students have a right to an education that provides them with the resources and supports they need, regardless of their personal or social circumstances. So I thank you on behalf of those long ago fifth graders from Martin Elementary School in South San Francisco, who in 2018 had no idea that when they learned about Ruby Bridges and were so inspired by her and wanted their district to pass a resolution making November 14th Ruby Bridges Day, that 6 years later, it would be a nationally recognized Walk to School Day. I was just at the Safe Routes to School National Conference in Fort Collins, Colorado a couple of weeks ago, and I did a poster session on Ruby Bridges Walk to School Day and told the origin story of how it all had started. I had many people come up to me and say how exciting it was and how their communities were really involved and how some Safe Routes to School programs started because of Ruby Bridges Walk to School Day. That was the first Walk to School Day that the community had celebrated. So thank you for helping to make the dream of those fifth graders come true when they said, we want this to go national. And I appreciate that every year Menlo Park passes this resolution. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So we have the proclamation here. I won't make us take a picture with it. And we'll make sure to get that to you, Ms. Velez Kelly, and thank you for your comments. With that, we'll move on to the consent calendar. Under the consent calendar, the City Council may take action to approve routine business items in one motion unless a City Council member, City staff member, or a member of the public requests that an item be discussed or continued to a later date. City Clerk Karen, do we have any public comments on the consent calendar?
Thank you, Vice Mayor. So at this time, if any member of the public wishes to provide comment on our consent calendar items J1, City Council meeting minutes, or J2, a 3-year extension of the enterprise license agreement for GIS software. If you are participating virtually, please engage that hand feature bottom of your screen. Calling in from a landline or a cell phone, please press *9. If participating in person, complete a speaker card at the back table and return to me at the clerk's desk. Okay, this will be the final call for public comment on our consent calendar items J1 and J2. All right, seeing no hands or cards, Vice Mayor, you may continue.
All right, thank you, City Clerk Karen. So I'll bring it back to the dais and see if there is or if there's any comments or if there's a motion on the consent calendar.
I'd be happy to move it.
Okay, we have a first from Councilmember Nash
Happy to second.
and a second from Councilmember Dorr. And with that, we'll go for a roll call vote.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. So yes, we have a motion by City Council Member Nash and a second by City Council Member Doherty to approve the consent calendar. Any further City Council questions or discussion? Seeing none, by roll call vote, City Council Member Nash,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Combs.
Yes.
City Council Member Willison,
Yes.
City Council Member Dower,
Yes.
Mayor Taylor,
Yes.
and the motion passes unanimously. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Clerk Karen. With that, we'll move on to the study session for this evening. Study sessions are an opportunity for the city staff to introduce an item that will require policy direction from the city council in the near future. City staff will provide a presentation. I will then call for public comment. After public comment, the city council will discuss the matter interactively with staff. The city council will not take an action on items addressed in study sessions. The city council may provide direction to city staff for preparation of additional analysis or information necessary when the item returns to the city council for action. The first study section item is K1, review and provide feedback on the alternative proposals to meet the below market rate housing requirements for the project at 1162 El Camino Real. Here to introduce the item is Community Development Director Deanna Chow.
Thank you. Good evening, Mayor Taylor, Vice Mayor Combs, and City Council members. I'm Deanna Chow, Community Development Director, and I will be providing a brief presentation to introduce the study session on 1162 El Camino Real. Also joining me remotely is Stephanie Hagar from BAE, and following my presentation, the applicant team would also like to make a presentation. The presentation overview will include just a brief review of the purpose of tonight's study session, a summary of the project description and the background, an overview of the alternative BMR options, and discussion of the next steps. So the purpose of tonight's study session is to allow the City Council and members of the public to provide feedback on alternative proposals to meet the city's BMR requirement for the 1162 El Camino Real project. The developer is proposing to dedicate land in lieu of either providing 2 below market rate residential units or paying an in lieu fee for those 2 units. Land dedication can be considered as an alternate means to compliance with the BMR requirement subject to City Council approval. As a study session, there is no action being taken tonight, but future action may be required depending on the guidance provided to staff and the developer. I'll now provide background information on the Santa Cruz Avenue project, which is relevant for understanding the BMR requirements for the 1162 El Camino Real project. In May 2018, the Planning Commission approved 3 separate but coordinated projects at properties located at 506 to 556 Santa Cruz Avenue and 1125 Merrill Street, 1125 Merrill Street, which is collectively known as the Santa Cruz project. A location map and photo of the completed development is shown on the screen. The project consisted of 3 mixed-use buildings consisting of commercial and retail uses and a total of 9 residential units. A 9 residential unit development must provide 10% of the units affordable to low-income households. For this particular project, the applicant was given flexibility in meeting its BMR requirement. To satisfy the BMR requirement, the applicant could do one of the following. It could designate one of the units on-site as a BMR unit. It can construct 2 off-site units at 1162 El Camino Real, which would need to be completed within 2 years of occupancy of the Santa Cruz project, or it could pay an in lieu fee for the 2 BMR units. The Santa Cruz project was completed in June 2021 with no BMR units provided on site. The second project is located at 1162 El Camino Real and is currently a vacant lot. The Planning Commission approved an all-residential 9-unit project at this site in February 2021. The project required to meet the city's BMR requirement, which is also 10% of the total number of units, and the applicant proposed one very low-income studio unit. This BMR unit is in addition to the 2 off-site BMR units required from the Santa Cruz Avenue project. At this time, the developer does not intend to construct the building as approved. Here's just a slide that summarizes key dates regarding the 2 projects. So as previously mentioned, the Planning Commission approved the Santa Cruz project in 2018 and the 1162 ECR project in 2021, with the completion of the Santa Cruz project in June 2021. This completion date is important because it triggered the deliverable date for the 2 offsite units at 1162 El Camino Real, or payment of the in lieu fee. In April of 2023, the developers for the 2 projects pursued modifications to the BMR agreements, which were approved by the Planning Commission. The modifications allowed 1, an extension of the timeline to deliver the 2 offsite units, and 2, allowed the BMR obligation to be transferred from the Santa Cruz project to the 1162 El Camino Real project. Later that year in September, the City Council considered HIP's $12 million request for funding and the request for a 9-unit, 100% affordable project in connection with a land dedication of 1162 El Camino Real. Given financing challenges of the project and limited funding resources for small 100% affordable projects, staff did not recommend funding at that time. Since that September meeting, the 1162 ECR developer continued to look for partnerships with other affordable housing developers. In March of this year, Eden Housing submitted a $2 million request for funding for a 26-unit, 100% affordable senior housing project at 1162 El Camino Real. This application is still pending. However, feedback tonight would potentially affect this proposal, which also includes the dedication of the land. The last date I'd like to highlight on the screen is May 4th, 2025, and this is the due date to comply with the 1162 ECR BMR agreement. So this evening, the City Council should consider and discuss various BMR agreement options. Please also refer to Table 3 in the staff report for additional detail. To just provide an overview, so the first option here, the construction of 2 on-site BMR units at the 1162 ECR project. This is not feasible at this time, given the applicant does not intend to construct the building as approved. The second option in the current BMR agreement is the payment of an in lieu fee instead of dedicating the 2 BMR units. And this fee would be approximately $4.5 million based upon the City Council approved in lieu methodology. And this is also greater than the land value, which is estimated at $3.6 million. The payment of the in lieu fee would be deposited into the BMR fund and could be used to support other affordable housing opportunities and would be administratively the most simplest and efficient of all the options described in the report. However, the city would lose the opportunity to pursue the current Eden proposal for 26 low and very low income senior housing units. The next option for conversation is land donation from the developer to the city. And the developer is proposing to dedicate the property at 1162 in lieu of paying or constructing the 2 units. The land dedication will provide the city with the opportunity to own land and the potential for affordable housing in a high resource area. However, the land value is less than in lieu fee as described previously, and the process for transferring the land and complying with the Surplus Land Act could be lengthy, potentially at least a minimum of 6 months, and require significant staff time. Similarly, there could be a land transfer directly to Eden. A land transfer to Eden could potentially lead to the production of 26 needed affordable units. If the council is interested in exploring this option, some factors for the council to consider are Eden would also require additional city BMR funding to support this project. As I mentioned, $2 million. Additional negotiation with Eden is needed to ensure the project is built in a timely manner. And there's always the possibility of the units not being built given development risk. And of course, the city council can consider other options not described above. And so finally, as the next step, staff is seeking the city council's feedback and guidance on the BMR agreement options. Staff is recommending the payment of the $4.5 million in lieu fee at this time, which does not require any modifications to the existing BMR agreement. If the city council is interested in the one of the two land donation options, we would recommend seeking a peer review to confirm the appraised value of the land. We would also ask for guidance on how that land would be donated, if it would be transferred to the city or to Eden directly. And then staff would return with next steps for accepting the property as an alternate means. And then, of course, as mentioned, the city council can provide direction on another option. So this concludes staff's presentation. I'm available for questions, but at this time, I'd like to turn it over to Chase Rapp with the applicant team to do a presentation. Thank you.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council members. Thank you for taking the time tonight to discuss 1162 El Camino and what could be an amazing project for the city of Menlo Park. My name is Chase Rapp, and along with my partner, we run a real estate development firm based in Menlo Park. Currently, we own and operate 9 properties in the city and are actively working on an exciting new housing project in the Willows. After 13 months, we are pleased to be back in front of you this evening to share an update on the work we've been doing over the past year with Eden Housing, an affordable housing group with an extensive background of development. It's my pleasure tonight to introduce Dixie Baus, the Director of Development at Eden Housing, who will give a presentation and overview of the project. Additionally, we have Joanne Briones, our economic consultant, present to address any questions you may have regarding the current in lieu fee calculation methodology. I would encourage you all to ask questions around the presentation, around timing, and it may look long that we've been at this project since 2018 before entitlement of 1162, but I think there's a lot that has gone on to this project, and I think I would encourage you guys to ask more questions around that. Thank you again for your time and attention. We look forward to your feedback and any questions you may have.
Hello, good evening. My name is Dixie Baus. I am the Real Estate Development Director for Eden Housing, which is a 56-year-old nonprofit affordable housing developer, operator, and owner in California, based in Hayward. Is it the little arrow button? Thank you. At Eden, we believe that a home is where your start is, and that is irregardless of whether or not you are over 18, above 18, child, senior, disabled, or any other homeless member of our society. It doesn't matter. Home is where your start is. And we strive and create our mission in creating high quality, affordable housing homes. Eden's been around for a long time. We have about 20,000 residents that we house, over 145 properties from as far north as Healdsburg to as far south as San Diego. So our reach in California is long, and our work is long. It's hard, and we've been a long-time owner, never having sold or transferred a property that we have owned since our inception. So it's a very proud member of a lot of communities in which we're heavily engaged with our work. A lot of our financing comes from, it's no secret sauce. A lot of affordable housing developers use the same methods of finance. We try and look for public partnerships, private partnerships, and recently we have explored and had a lot of success in partnerships outside of the affordable housing arena, and that is with market rate developers who are providing a various option of things, anywhere from commercial to market rate to for sale product. The goal is to create and help cities meet their arena goals with this specifically in mind. Financing is typically done through the use of low income tax credits, either 9% or 4%, which are allocated from the state of California. And then you cobble together the rest of the lasagna, if you will. a lot of it coming from public funds, both locally here. You've lent money to some projects, also from the county. The county is a huge subsidizing force. And then the state of California subsidizes the rest of it through various programs administered through the Housing and Community Development Agency. I mentioned we started doing a little bit of a land dedication with similar developers. And what's important to remember is there are so many different ways in which we have tackled this. But the list I show you up here and on our presentation only includes those developments which the developer was a master developer, dedicated the land to Eden Housing, and the city then deemed their inclusionary obligation complete upon the deeding of the land to Eden Housing. In most of these circumstances, there have been protections and provisions with the city partnering up with Eden Housing for the inclusion of, if we go away, which it could happen, but I'm hoping not, if Eden is no longer in existence, land would then transfer back to the city in which we are participating in, so that the city can still proceed with an affordable housing development. As a nonprofit developer, we work with our city partners at that stage to ensure, and we're okay with, putting a deed restriction on the property at that point. Because it is our intention, once built, that the affordable housing property will remain affordable in perpetuity. Our most recent completion of something similar in which we're suggesting for off-site land donation just occurred a few weeks ago in the city of Redwood City, in which a similar market rate developer proposed the land donation of an off-site project. Their inclusionary obligation would have asked them to build six units of affordable housing, or pay an in lieu fee of 6 units. And instead, we are building 79 units of affordable housing for families, 1, 2, and 3 bedrooms, in a very, very rich location in Redwood City. So similarly, that's what we're proposing here. But I wanted to give you a little bit of what our project concept looks like and how we would proceed to do that. As Chase mentioned, their obligation is to provide, or as the community director mentioned, the obligation is to provide 2 units. 2 units is good, but 26 is better, at least in affordable housing developers' mind. And we're able to do that with a number of different ways. We have finance tools that are available to us as a longstanding nonprofit affordable housing developer that the existing developer does not have access to. He doesn't have access to the use of tax credits unless he partners up with a development firm such as ours with the experience points from the state. And then we just get in there and just get it done. The shortest project Eden has ever undertaken has taken us 8 months on a similar scale. The longest project, 22 years, and it is under construction. So we will not go away. We will not stop. We will get it done and get it built. This project does propose 26 studio units. It's within 0.2 miles of the transit station, so there are numerous opportunities for funding coming from other sources, not just from the city. So this would qualify us for TOD funding from the state, would qualify us for a really good opportunity for some county funding. The land counts as a contribution in the beauty contest for tiebreakers in the state. So that's very, very valuable to us. It is as if we were given dollars, but it doesn't bog down the financing of the project because it's not real money that ever gets paid back. It's a grant and essential to Eden. I wanted to just show you what our frontage street would look like from a concept drawing only. And this is just a concept so that what we're seeing, what we have now is a vacant lot. And this is what the pedestrian experience could look like with our project being built. The layout shows staying on grade, but not going up quite as more than 4 or 5 stories on this. I believe we show 4 stories as far as a typical floor plan. We want to make sure that we stay underneath a 60-foot height limit so that we can maximize and be as efficient as possible with financing. So we approach this as a numerical exercise of, if we were to do this and provide these offsite units, is this really a financially feasible plan? Why is this plan better than the 9-unit plan? Quite simply, a 9-unit plan is infeasible. We wouldn't pursue a 9-unit plan. We really wouldn't pursue a 26-unit plan, but for the land being donated, which is a very, very essential part to this. We wouldn't look for this lot and go out and buy this lot and say, we're going to do this, we're going to buy this lot for 3.4 million, and we're going to go cobble together all of this off funding in addition to all of the funding that we could get. So a way to leverage the power of another developer putting that land in our hands, which actually does give value, and the city, you, working alongside us and helping us with a small ask of 2 million, allows us to leverage those dollars to go out and raise the money for the construction of the building. And when finished, 26 units without land costs, its total development cost is somewhere in the neighborhood of about $19.5 million. So the leverage that we're asking you to consider is the land donation from the developer plus your 2 million so that we can build 26 homes for seniors in this community. Think that's, well, I did want to mention in terms of the affordability levels and what we would be providing, 4 of our 26 units will be provided at 30% area median income, and the remainder 22 would meet for the up to 60% area median income. We're projecting 50% area median income, but these would meet your directly go and impact on your RENA numbers. This is just a front shot of what that site looks like right now. That's all for my presentation. I'm absolutely available for any questions as it relates to the land donation. That's where I lie and have to leave it with you.
Thank you for the presentations. Are there some clarifying questions from the dais? Okay. With that, then we'll go to public comment on this item. Clerk Karen, can you call for public comment?
Yes, thank you, Vice Mayor. So at this time, if any member of the public wishes to provide comment on our study session item K1, review and provide feedback on the alternative proposals to meet the BMR housing requirements for the project at 1162 El Camino Real. If you are participating virtually, please engage that hand feature bottom of your screen. Calling in from a landline or cell phone, please press *9. Participating in person, complete a speaker card at the back table and return to me at the clerk's desk. Okay, currently seeing 3 hands raised. So this will be the final call for public comment on our study session item K1. Okay, so it looks like we will have 3 speakers. Our first speaker will be Lynn Hudekoper, followed by Adina Levin.
Hi, my name is Lynn Hudekoper. I'm 79 years old, been living in Menlo Park for 42 years on Roble Avenue. I love being in Menlo Park. I have no car. I'm able to walk to all kinds of amenities, resources. I also am able to get free groceries at Little House, which is near where I live, because I think, according to the chart, I think I qualify for very low income. I also take advantage of the shopper shuttle that a lot of people aren't aware of, where you can be picked up and taken to places in Redwood City, Menlo Park. I use that resource frequently. I'm disappointed that Prop 33 that I supported failed. The rents are just too high. I'm having to get subsidy from Samaritan House in order to live in my current apartment. So any kind of low income, very low income housing would be great. I would like to be able to stay in Menlo Park. I've applied for Section 8 housing a year ago with the county and with Crane Place, but and my landlord will accept a voucher. However, to qualify, it's a lottery. It could take forever for me to get that voucher. HUD is way underfunded, and that's why they have very few vouchers. Thank you very much, and I love living in Menlo Park and my city council. You guys are great.
Thank you for your comment. So our next speaker will be Adina Levin, followed by Catherine D.
Hello, good evening, City Council members. Adina Levin, Menlo Park resident. And the previous comment is just such a great reason for why I hope that the City Council does look favorably on this proposal and works to work out the details to make this a reality. The developer said that 2 affordable homes for seniors is good and 26 is better. Having more homes for seniors who are able to stay in our community, who are able to have access to the services and transit and resources in our downtown area, and without with a minimal need for driving is just a really great location. As the city approved the housing element and has obligation to provide affordable housing, this is a great location for it, a great opportunity for it. And so I'm really urge the city to work on supporting this and bringing it about. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. And our next speaker will be Catherine D.
Hi, good evening, council members, staff. And my name is Catherine Dumont. I'm a resident of Menlo Park, and I would just echo what the previous speakers have so eloquently spoken to. I'm a senior and a renter, and very much concerned about the cost of living in Menlo Park for a lot of folks. This proposal just seems like the proposal seems like an incredibly great opportunity. The land donation to Eden, who seems like a very trusted and trustworthy affordable housing developer, and yeah, having faith in the fact that these homes will be built, 26 homes instead of 2, and the level of affordability. It's very exciting. And I know it's a very different situation for the city and the staff to consider, but I think it certainly deserves consideration, and thank you for doing so tonight.
Thank you for your comment. All right, seeing no further hands or cards. Vice Mayor, you may continue.
Great, thank you. Clerk Karen, I'll bring it back to the dais and open it up to council discussion. Do we want to start with putting the directions or direction possibilities slide on, bringing that up? Does anyone want to kick off? Sorry, Councilmember Doyle.
Thank you. I have some questions. So earlier, I can't remember if it was today or earlier this week, we received information from Prince Street, the developer, about the in lieu fees, and there was a separate calculation that their team did. And I know that there was a difference between that value versus what the city contractors put together. And I have some questions around that it would be helpful for me to get better clarity on. And so first off, I'm curious, how much lower is the proposed in lieu fee that was calculated by Prince Street compared to what the city shared?
Thank you. So the calculation prepared by BAE is approximately $4.5 million. And I'm looking at the fee, I want to say it's about 2.9 is what was in the recent study prepared by Breon. Yes, 2.9 and some change.
Okay. And where this comes into play is saying for the housing and for this fee, how much to pay, or given the difference there, I'm curious how that comes out in conversation here. We've heard about the land donation opportunity. And so in one version of this world, a land donation happens. Would that come in concert with an in lieu fee? Could you help clarify that for me and for the public?
Sure. What I believe, and maybe this is partly for the applicant, but what I believe what the applicant is proposing is a land dedication and no supplemental fee or unit. So it would be sort of 3 separate buckets: units, in lieu fee, and then a third would be the land donation. So they would be independent of one another. But that is something that the city council could consider if there was a land donation and a combination of fees, if that is something that is amenable to the applicant.
How much is the land worth? Just if we were looking at the land donation and the value of that.
Sure, there was a recent appraisal that was conducted by the applicant, but not confirmed independently by a peer review from the city. And so that's about $3.6 million, the land value.
Gotcha. I know that we just received, everyone was just made aware of the in lieu fee prepared by Prince Street. What would be needed for the staff to have more time to review that? Because that is present some questions of what were the methodologies between the groups and what would be needed to review that?
Sure, thank you. So I'd like to point out that there were the difference in the values is because the calculation, the methodology is different. And so what was provided for the $4.5 million follows the calculation, the methodology that was approved by the city council back in 2020. And so I believe what is presented by Prince Street is an alternative methodology to calculating an in lieu fee. So that would need to be complete guidance from the city council if you're looking to calculate the fee differently than what is adopted.
And did the developer share this information in advance with staff to discuss it and talk about the discrepancies?
At a high level, we talked about discrepancies and kind of where they think an in lieu fee and how calculations might occur, but not necessarily not the specifics.
Had you not seen this proposal until it was sent to everyone?
Yeah, I don't believe we have.
Okay, so this is also somewhat new information.
Can I ask a follow-up, Ms. Chow? So when the city council approved the in lieu fee methodology in 2020, and then when the developer worked out their development proposal and how they were going to satisfy their requirements, were they aware of the methodology that the city council had? And was there like a acknowledgement of that when they entered into whatever agreement they had to satisfy that?
Yeah, that's a good question because it has changed. So it was more, I would say, it was less defined when the applicant originally entered into the BMR agreement back in 2018. And so that was when we first identified that there could be an in lieu fee option in 2018, and then the calculation was approved in 2020. But in 2023, when the city approved an extension to the BMR agreement, we clarified that the methodology would be per the adopted calculation methodology.
So the extension was granted with an acknowledgement of the current methodology.
Yes.
Thank you.
So just, so, no, please, you go.
Actually, I would request that we can hear from Prince Street, if that, through the mayor or vice mayor.
Yeah. Councilmember Doherty, to answer your question, I respectfully disagree. We were asked to submit a in lieu fee analysis before BAE ever did submit an in lieu fee analysis. And so Brion Economics, who did the original one a couple years ago, did one. We never got a response then. We just did one again, which was the delay into getting to this meeting back in June, in which BAE then did their own analysis of this, in which the dispute of what is the correct fee amount came out of this. So this was submitted back in, I think, June to the city.
To clarify, this current one that the city council is saying for the first time here was
The full methodology with all the support of BAE doing in other local jurisdictions, that is a new report, but our own methodology and how we arrived at our fee analysis has been submitted since June.
So just so I'm understanding that at the point though of the original agreement in 2018, the city didn't have any specific calculation for in lieu fees at that time, correct? Ms. Chow.
Yes, thank you. So I can pull up, if I have a few minutes, I could probably pull up the language that was described that an in lieu fee would need to be paid, but it wasn't descriptive of how that calculation would be done until 2020.
And though at the 2018 agreement, and so there was the option of an in lieu fee, the exact methodology or calculation not quite clear, or the providing of 1 unit on site of the Santa Cruz developments, or 2 units off-site at a potential future El Camino development. So were those the 3 options?
Yes.
Okay. And so in this case, we're here because developer has decided to not provide an on-site unit, correct, for a completed project, was pursuing the option of a project on El Camino, of which they were going to provide 2 units, so that was the option that you had decided you were going to pursue. You've made a determination that you don't want to pursue that option and complete that project. And so then we're back to the beginning of looking at what the options are. And then now we're turning to, well, we're actually adding a 4th option of the land donation, but the in lieu fee calculation or methodology comes into play, where there maybe was no ever clear understanding or commitment to the parties that like what that methodology would be, but that was one of the options. Are you thinking? Yeah, you can just nod.
Yes, I mean, I agree that the 4th option is a new option that the applicant is proposing to the city council in lieu of.
Yeah, but to be clear, irrespective of what any methodology on the valuation of an in lieu fee or the valuation of the parcel, the city can make the determination to accept the land to itself or to some third party, and that would be the deal. We wouldn't have to worry about what any valuations is, to be clear. Like if we wanted to go that route. Now, if we wanted to sort of make it whole and say like, well, we want an understanding specifically of the value of the land and have some methodology of the value of the in lieu fee and have those match up, then it could become important. But in theory, the city could just accept the land and say that completes their obligation. This new 4th option as it relates to the BMR, their BMR obligations.
Yes, that is correct. That is an option that the city can accept the land as a donation regardless of value or, in lieu fee obligation under the existing agreement.
And just so we're understanding, that's the deal that the developer's offering here, right?
Correct.
Yeah,
Correct.
the land.
Correct.
Okay, I'll just share sort of like what I'm thinking and then open it up. So I appreciate the presentation from Eden House and understanding that like having land that doesn't have to be acquired can be like a key catalyst or a key part of affordable housing project being actually coming to completion. I think I'll have to say, as I sit here, and that's why I'm open to what my colleagues think, I think I have some concerns with the fact that like initially the city thought that it was going to get as part of this deal to below market rate housing units, which itself was, you could say, an aberration or an exceptional case, because in theory, like, you could have just provided an on-site unit, but these were going to be 2 off-site units delivered at a later date, well past the completion of the Santa Cruz project. So already we're in sort of what you might consider extraordinary territory. And so where we're at now is that like those units are not going to be delivered to the city. And what the city is being offered is like, okay, then take this additional risk of like taking possession of this land or having a third party take possession of this land. The one third party before us is also offering, asking for an additional $2 million. So again, so we were just supposed to get 2 units. Right now we're getting lands, we're getting a real estate deal, and we're getting an ask for an additional $2 million. And there's still no guarantee that this will actually result in a project, because the project is going to cost something close to $20 million. And so then that adds a whole bunch of other variables. And so I'm not clear, as I sit here as a representative of the city, how this is a good deal for the city. When it started off, when it was just supposed to get 2 BMR units in an already extraordinary situation. And even as we sit here now, that's not going to happen. And what the city is being asked to do is like contribute $2 million and engage and take on these additional risks. And that's how I see the situation. So again, I'm open to my colleagues talking me to a different position, like I say, but as I sit here, that's what sort of my mind wrestles with.
Oh, I just want to add on one more component to your analysis, is that also we'd be underpaid with the land dedication to the valuation that our consultants had on the amount. So there's like a delta of, it's the difference between 4.5 and 2.9. So, or no, the 3.6 and the 4.5. So it'd be 900,000. So just wanted to complete, I don't know if that was part of your description.
Again, the 3.6 is evaluation that they did. So it's not like an independent evaluation from someone who was under contract for the city. You can correct me if I'm wrong. So even that actually has to be redone with someone who like we hire and we feel is an independent analysis to get a property valuation there. So that number, well, I guess it could go up. But yeah, to your point, yeah, there is that.
So I actually come at this from a slightly different angle. I definitely appreciate your comments and share some of the concerns. But this is a different project that we're talking about. We are not talking about getting 2 BMR units. We're actually talking about getting 26 BMR units. And so to me, that changes the calculation. I do have concerns about the extra $2 million. And I do have concerns about the risk and how to mitigate the risk, how to share the risks. But I see this as a very desirable project because we actually get 26 low-income senior studios at a place that is, as has been said, resource-rich services, walkable, the train's right there, all sorts of transit. And just right downtown which is where we are trying to get more affordable housing. And I see this as a way to demonstrate that to our residents, to basically to the world, that we are serious about affordable housing and especially affordable housing. And so I would like to question, and I see that Mayor Taylor has her hand raised, but I would like to find out more about the $2 million and also about how we could share the risk. And we'll stop there.
Thanks, Mayor Taylor. And then Councilmember Dorr.
Thank you. And I am going to approach this from a few different angles. One is just based on this discussion and something that I bring up whenever BMR comes up, and that is the need to update our BMR policy. The second is thinking about one of the callers for public comment, and I'm not sure where they fall into AMI, but if Dixie has this information, what would the rent be for someone who is either 30% or 50% AMI in these units? Is it $400 a month? Is it $2,000 a month?
Thank you for the question, Mayor. I don't have the exact figure, but in San Mateo County and Santa Clara County, they're very similar. 30% studios at our 30% AMI studios would run approximately $600 a month. Approximate, that changes annually. 50% studios, I think they're in the range of $957, $950 a month, somewhere in that range. That's off the cuff without having the data in front of me, but that's the ballpark.
I appreciate the information. And my other question is around the $2 million from the BMR. Is the city the only option for those funds, or is it possible to get that funding elsewhere?
Thank you. No, the city is not the only option. We have the option and the ability to apply for regional funds through HART. We have the option and ability to apply from county funds, Measure E, I believe. We also have the ability to apply for other state funds. More specifically, I would be looking at the Affordable Housing Sustainable Communities Fund, also known as the Cap and Trade, which puts a lot of stock on projects within walking distance of rich transit. So in short, no, it just more time is what is needed when you're going out there and cobbling other dollars together. But no, the $2 million could come from other sources. It just takes time.
And do you see any obstacles as far as this concerns that a couple council members provided? Do you see there being obstacles where this project would not happen if we move forward?
In Eden's 56 years, we have not successfully built a project. We have stayed with it. We have the staying power. We have the stamina. We have the resources to fund our own pre-development expenses, which is unusual. Other developers, nonprofit developers, don't have that luxury. Will it take, is there a guarantee on how long? We couldn't guarantee you. No, we couldn't.
Okay.
But I can tell you that we would diligently start the moment you would approve the proposal. Eden is in there, and we will put everything we have behind it to make it happen.
Thank you. I have a few other questions and comments. So one of the reasons why I bring up BMR funds and updating our policy is because I'm looking at how to utilize those funds for preservation. So we have someone that called in, I believe her first name was Lynn, that talked about her struggles and the fact that Section 8 is severely underfunded. So I'm looking at how we can utilize those funds to keep our Menlo Park residents housed in Menlo Park. That's how I see using $2 million as opposed to putting it into a project if there is other options for the affordable housing developer. What is, Ms. Chow, what's the risk do you see for this city with this project?
I thank you for the question. I don't know if it's necessarily risk, but it is certainly something that we've been talking about is delivery of the units and the timing of it. And so weighing potentially receiving funds and being able to utilize that in other projects. I know the city council is going to be considering the downtown parking lots, looking at some of our anti-displacement measures. We just had a community meeting last week. And so are there other housing programs, housing opportunities that we can utilize the funding for? Certainly, we've always said, you know, having units, affordable units is top priority. You know, that's number one on the list besides instead of receiving the funds for in lieu fees. But again, it's when will those units be delivered? And I know that is something that's hard to predict given funding sources, development climate, but certainly units are very valuable, but it's the timing. And so it's a trade-off between how you'd like to use the funding or, you know, wait potentially to see the conversion of greater BMR units at the site.
Thank you. And I'm interested in this project utilizing funds that are not BMR so that we can use our BMR funds to do exactly what you just stated, Ms. Chow. That's my interest, to look at our own anti-displacement policies and programs and how to fund that. And then also keeping our current residents housed. The other thing I wanted to bring up to the council is also looking at if this moves forward, and this is just a study session at the moment, but also looking at a local preference so that within a certain radius of the site, that those would be the seniors that would have an opportunity to the location. And let me see. I had one other concern, but I'll go ahead and pass the mic.
I'll respond. In terms of local preference, we would absolutely work with the city to craft language that ensures that we meet fair housing guidelines and laws to put in a preference for those who live already locally or who work, because quite frankly, a lot of seniors at 55, myself included, still work.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And thank you, Mayor Taylor, for those comments. I really appreciate that perspective. So I'm coming at this, I'll just share what I'm sharing, what I'm thinking. I'm really excited and curious about the potential partnership with Eden Housing. We obviously need senior affordable housing. The proposal is thoughtful. So that I don't have questions there. I think it's trying to figure out what to do with the developer. We've got new information. Staff hasn't had full time to explore this. I want more time to have conversation and to discuss, look at the in lieu fee and how that was calculated and the methodologies there to assess, is there a happy medium? Where is actually the fair spot? Because the developer is obviously saying, hey, the in lieu fee should be much less, but we're giving you this land dedication. This is a great deal. And based on the BMR analysis that the city did, the city would come to the conclusion, and that with the information that we have here, that, hey, there's a delta of about 900,000. And we want to make sure that as much resource and much support, or I do personally, are going to build and support affordable housing in our community. And so what I would like is for some more time for the staff to, and the legal team to talk with Prince Street to explore these things. And I also want to have the staff spend some time exploring some of the legal calculations that would be required to share, to explore the risk. So thinking about if progress doesn't happen on this project in blank years, then the land would convert to the city, things like that. And as conversation continues with the developer about what the in lieu fee should be, if this should be a land dedication plus something, in that negotiation, that conversation, I'd also want there to be talks about maybe perhaps the developer could support some of the cost of developing all that legal documentation to reduce the risk of this partnership. So I think there's creative ways to think through, is it in kind, is it financial? But I want to see ongoing conversation here because I don't feel like I have enough information right here to make a decision.
So I'm going to disagree with you in part. Like, I think the staff has, made a determination about what it thinks the in lieu fee is. It has gone to an expert that it has used, and they have presented this number to City Council, and they did not present it under any qualifications. So I don't want the staff to go back and think that what they presented to us was somehow inaccurate. If the City Council wants, as a political decision, to make a determination about the value of this exchange, then that's fine. But that's a City Council decision. Let's not send this back to staff. Let's not put the onus on staff. We can make that decision. But don't have them go back thinking that the process that they've already engaged in, which was legitimate and follows the process that we have done for these and relied on the expert that we have done in the past, that somehow that because what Prince Street has come with, that should be put in question. I don't think it should be put in question. We as a City Council can decide that we want to make a different deal, and that's totally legitimate. But I don't think this is something where we push it back to staff. I think it's something where we give clear direction of what we want to go in, given this an understanding of all the world and the different valuations and calculations, we make that decision and go for it. And I think that that's a totally valid, I may disagree with it, I may agree with it, but I think it's a totally valid thing for the City Council to decide.
If I may, I want to stress that I don't think that I completely agree that the staff follow the process that has been given and straight and forward. And so it was a proposition of saying, I want there to be a negotiation here to figure out what would be a better value that would make all parties more amenable and also help us move towards making this housing happen.
But then if you don't think the staff followed the process, then what do you want them to do? Like, what do you, Ms. Chow, do you think that there was something in error with the valuation of the in lieu fee that came to $4.5 million? Like, if I told you, like, go back and redo that, what do you do?
Thank you. I don't think we would change anything, maybe, confirm the value of the land, some of the inputs that might have gone into it. But I don't think we would change the methodology. I don't want to speak for the applicant. I don't think the applicant thinks we did the methodology incorrectly. I think they believe the methodology is just not the right way to calculate a BMR in lieu fee. But I don't want to put words in.
Hi, Joanne Brion Economics. So very simply, there's a flaw in the methodology and in the city's ordinance on how they're calculating the fee. They're missing the calculation of including the value of the rent that's paid over 55 years. So they're including the expense of running the unit, like the operating expense of that unit over 55 years, but not calculating the value of the rent over 55 years. So the standard for in lieu fees is what we call an affordability gap analysis. So we take the rents that can be generated based on their affordability level. We calculate that total annual rent. We minus the expenses, say it's 10, 15% of the rent. You take that rent, you capitalize the value of that rent in net present value. You add that to the development costs, and that is the missing piece here. So the reason that I've come up with 2.9 million is because we're valuing that income stream over 55 years. And the BAE study doesn't. They calculate the development costs, they calculate the land costs, they calculate the expenses, but not the value of the rent.
And so, your supposition is that there's an error in the city's ordinance.
Well,
And-
it's a flaw. I wouldn't say it's not a calculation error. It's a flaw in the methodology. Because, and so in my memo, I list all the other studies that we found quickly, which are numerous, that use the approach that we're using, including San Mateo County Master Nexus Study. The Grand Nexus Study uses this methodology.
So but I'm going to stop. Does anyone use the BA methodology?
I've never seen it. So when I first did this last year, I used this approach that I used here. And we submitted to the city, and they came back and said, no, that's not the correct methodology in the ordinance. And then BAE went and did their analysis, which follows the ordinance.
Mhm.
And then we updated our analysis and submitted it again to try and refine and respond to, and I even used all the BAE assumptions for cost and land and everything. And then calculated the value of the rents, which reduces the need or the shortfall for the in lieu fee. Does that make sense? I'm trying not to get too technical. I'm trying to keep it simple, but
I will go to Sam. Do you think, as your understanding, so the VA, so then I think we have a slightly bigger issue. You're saying our ordinance is flawed.
it's got a problem, I would say, in terms of not really following what the industry
That
does.
no one else does. So
That I've seen.
You've never seen that ever done?
No.
Like the way it's done. And you think that it is an error?
I'm not saying it's an error, it's a flaw. It's
Well, I think error and a flaw are the
Yeah.
same thing. Like
Yeah,
you don't think it should be done the way it was
it's
done.
like a miscalculation.
Yeah.
It's not a miscalculation. It's just a flaw in the methodology. Because the standard is that you count the rent that you're going to receive when you figure out how much you need to make the project feasible. And that's how you backed in to needing $2 million. You don't, so anyways.
Okay.
I mean,
That's fine.
that's
Yeah.
Is BAE on the call? Can they please speak to their methodology and if we are the only municipality?
Can
Yeah,
I
please.
just, I think we're all on the same page here, but I do hear a couple of things being thrown around, so I just want to be clear. BAE was directed to utilize the methodology in the city's ordinance. So that what you'll hear BAE say right now is we just use the ordinance. So it's really not BAE's methodology, it's the city's methodology.
And where does the city methodology come from? So maybe we don't really need to hear from BAE.
So Stephanie's available if we do want to hear from BAE, but I think this goes back to the decision from City Council in 2020 when we were determining what would be the appropriate methodology to determine the residential in lieu fee. And I think the idea was this total cost approach. Like we want to be able to recuperate the funds that would cost to develop the land, the maintenance cost. And so I think was purposeful to be a high number because it wanted to incentivize the actual development of the units instead of paying of the fee.
Yeah. I mean, because we wanted to not be in the situation where we are now, where someone who has units doesn't actually want to make the units available to us. They want us to write a check. And it's historically always been easier to write a check for this obligation. So it maybe is not clear to me that like, yeah, and I do remember a little bit of that, but that like, yeah, it's a larger number because we actually, what we really want in this process is units, not money. And here we're getting the possibility of land, dirt and money, or just dirt. So we're far afield on what we wanted. And so again, like I said, I don't think that like, I think that this is a political or a council decision.
Yeah, thank you. This has been an interesting conversation. And in full disclosure, I did speak with our friends here at Prince Street, and I remain very interested and excited about 26 units of senior affordable housing. I mean, I think we all are drooling at that possibility as a decision maker in the city of Menlo Park and being kind of a steward of our finances and our money. I feel an obligation to make sure that the city is whole in kind of what we say we do. And so I guess maybe this is a question for Deanna, is the policy question. If we want to accept the land dedication, is the policy question to say we either need the $900,000 check to accompany that land dedication, or as a council, we say, you know what, the prospect of these 26 units and is enticing enough to waive and to forego $900,000 that could otherwise be banked and used for X, Y, or Z, potentially to turn back around and give half of it to Eden, what they need to get this financed. And so some of the questions that raises for me then is a matter of precedent. Are we setting ourselves up to be in situations where we're kind of negotiating against ourselves and our own policies that we've set kind of with almost a detached rational mind versus now we're all kind of getting a little emotional here because there's renderings and ideas and people calling in that we want to help and serve. But just kind of thinking about how are we setting ourselves up for having this in lieu program, and what does it mean to continue to kind of accommodate different I don't want to use the word schemes because they're not schemes, they're good ideas, but going from as Vice Mayor Combs outlined, the 1 unit to the 2 units over there to now the thing, like how much do we bend before we break a little bit? So I'm just recapping where my head's at, and I'm kind of all over the place, but that's kind of some of the questions I'm asking. Thank you.
Mayor Taylor, or did you want a specific response from Deanna, or you were sure?
Thank you. I was just pontificating. I don't know if I was, but Ms. Chow, I guess, what would it mean for us to kind of, and I believe this is our first case of using this in lieu fee structure. So what kind of precedent are we setting? I guess kind of how are we signaling to the development community how seriously we take our in lieu fee methodology and how we do all this?
Thank you. So there's a lot, I think, going on there, and I was following along. So I think the in lieu fee is an option to comply with, is an available option to comply with our BMR requirements. I don't believe we've done in lieu fees for rental units. I know we've done them for sale units. I don't believe we've done a land dedication to the city in lieu of on-site units or in lieu fee. So this would be novel, but something that is allowed per our BMR requirement or BMR guidelines, subject to the city council approval. I think you had a question about, do we do land plus land value plus the difference between the land value and the BMR in lieu fee value, and that's certainly a possibility to make the city whole, I think is what I've heard some of the council members say. Or is it land plus some undefined, unquantified dollar amount because we are going from 2 to 26 affordable units, and so is there value in that? And so those are the questions that we're seeking the city council feedback on, if that is a combination. There's also like performance measures that, potentially that we look to add as part of any land donation and agreement that we would need to.
Just 2 quick follow-up, well, they're quick. I'm looking at the memo that was sent to us about the benefits to the city of Menlo Park for the Eden Housing Project. And so it says that if Eden Housing Project is not pursued, the city could charge in lieu fees. So if we do nothing but say we just want the in lieu fees, are they then on the hook for the 4.5 million, or was there some kind of negotiation with this whole methodology thing? Like, who has the final say with that is my first question. And my second question is, they have a third item here that's saying they're alternatively looking to acquire and convert existing rental units. Is that an allowable action for them to take to fulfill their requirement? Or has the city even had an opportunity to analyze this? So like if we can't come to an agreement, and I hope we can, like what happens? What are the options then?
Sure, I'll start with the last one first. So the idea of alternate units at another offsite location. So that's essentially what the applicant was proposing as part of the Santa Cruz project to do offsite units at 1162 El Camino Real. So
But that was building new units, not converting existing market rate.
So that could be an option if the city council chooses. So that would be another alternate proposal, which would require city council approval if that idea of the offsite units to convert market rate units into affordable units was something that the city council would like to explore. But that would require, again, city council review and approval.
So if a consensus cannot be met, then would it default to RBAE analysis of the in lieu fee?
Yeah, because I think the question is, did they ever concretely like accept like this analysis and say that they would be governed by it and that they would be, they accepted this idea of an in lieu fee as an option, but did they ever fully accept this methodology, I think is the question.
So in 2023, when we extended the deadline for their in lieu fee to come due, they accepted the city's current BMR guidelines, including the adopted methodology. They don't have to accept it, right? The city imposes in lieu fees. We don't come to an agreement on it. They have remedies if they don't agree with it. And so if we do nothing, then on August 5th of 2025, I believe it is, the 4.5 million, or if the city were to update the estimated fee right before it became due, that becomes due. And nobody has to do anything else.
The 4.5 million
Correct.
becomes
Correct.
due in a sense of like the city formally feels that it is owed that money.
Correct.
Which is different than them actually writing a check for $4.5 million.
Correct. And typically we don't issue building permits until the fees are paid. But because of the sequencing of this particular deal, building permits and occupancy permits were issued and the city was never paid.
I would feel more comfortable though if it were not, if they knew this methodology at the very beginning. Councilmember Taylor and then Councilmember Nash and then Mayor Taylor.
So I actually would propose that we take a look at going ahead with the land development. I'm sorry, with the land dedication. And that what we do is say that we do not want to provide the $2 million BMR fee, because essentially what we are doing, if we do the land dedication and then say we have $900,000 due, that essentially would be going over to in our BMR funds, which would then go to the $2 million for this project. It seems to me that we've heard that they expect that there will be other, Eden expects that there will be other opportunities to fund the project, that this is a good project near, it's a transit-oriented development. And so I would propose that we do go ahead with this site. with the land acquisition if we can reach appropriate terms. And say that we would not like to add a $2 million fee on BMR fee on top of that. And that somewhat, it makes me feel whole. What I would also like to do is make sure that we can get the legal teams together to come up with a satisfactory agreement about the risks involved and how we go about with how they do this land dedication itself. But I personally feel that this is an exciting project in an excellent place and that we should go ahead with it, and that $2 million is a compromise to get to there.
So, and I know I will go to Mayor Taylor, but again, the only thing that they've formally offered is a swap of the land and the BMR obligations they have. And so they have not acquiesced to this any like land and money, to be clear. So
Correct.
Like in theory, like the deal with them starts with just this idea of a swap between the BMR obligation and the land. And so are you saying that we should negotiate based on these different, based on some in lieu fee calculation to be determined and some property valuation to be determined, like whether there should be that swap and money?
No, what I'm saying, and I'm not sure if we're saying the same thing, but what I'm saying is that the in lieu fee is covered by a land donation to Eden Housing, and that Eden Housing agrees that they will do everything possible to find funding outside of our BMR $2 million, outside of our BMR funds, period.
Okay, so totally fine with that. My question would be, okay, if I'm going to go with you on the swap, we'll take the even swap between their obligation and the land. Why would I tie the city specifically to Eden House? Like why? I mean, this is just like some, you know, like an hour of computer renderings that's been thrown up. Why wouldn't I then say, okay, if the city's going to take on this obligation, we'll swap them. It's our property now. And then now let's see what's the best deal we can actually get with this property. We don't know that it's Eden Housing. Like I mean, like, even if I were, again, like I say, if I'm going to go with you on the swap, I may be able to go with you on that. But like, why would I right now sit here, obligate myself to a deal with Eden Housing?
Because I believe that Prince Street has done a fair amount of due diligence. First, they were working with HIP Housing, and Eden Housing has been working with them, my understanding is, for a while. And I would actually leave the city out of the land swap. And this is legal to figure out, but I would propose that the first approach would be to do a land swap where the land goes directly to Eden Housing and doesn't implicate the city in it, other than that we somehow have, if the project doesn't go forward, that we then are made whole. And that's what our lawyers get to figure out.
I'm going to go with Mayor Taylor and then with Councilmember Willison.
Thank you, Vice Mayor Combs. And I'm supportive of the project. However, I'm concerned with the city not being made whole in that setting precedent for the next project or the next for the next project. And so I think there needs to be some consideration on how to make the city whole in this process, and maybe, and I don't know, this is like Councilmember Nash said, this is on legal to look at that $900,000 value. If that's the true delta, is that a part ownership in the land? I don't know. But I'm supportive of the project. However, I do want to see the city made whole with whatever we do.
I'll just add, so it seems like direction is a little all over the place here. So we need to get it to where three of us, and even if I'm not with the three, that's totally fine. But we need to get it to where there are three people in alignment. Should we like sort of break out the elements here and sort of see like where there is three people? Like, I guess the first thing would be just the idea of like, is there support among at least three council members for, let's just say, just the pure swap? Because that's what you proposed, like, right? Or no, you proposed a swap, but the immediate dedication to Eden housing, like, right?
Well, the property goes, and legal needs to figure this out. I don't, but theoretically, the property goes directly from Prince Street to Eden, because then it avoids some of the just entanglements that the city would have to do if the city were to be in the middle of this, is my understanding. And so the property goes directly from Prince Street to Eden. And then that we have been, there is a NOFA funding request for $2 million for this project. And that we gratefully say we would like the project to go forward, but we would like to, you to find other funding for that, and that we are not planning to use our BMR funds for that, those $2 million. And we will instead use the $2 million for another project, which in fact gives the city a $1.1 million benefit if you're, depending how you're looking at it. But I'm not going to go down that road.
My only concern with that is that the city is sort of saying, okay, we're going to engage in this risk, like, right, of the 26 units, but then we're going to increase the likelihood that that is not going to happen, or that it's going to take a very long time for it to happen, by denying the $2 million the applicant has said that they need to try to make it happen. So I know, so it's like, if you're gonna like sort of bet on Eden housing, then bet on Eden housing. Don't put them behind the eight ball. If they say that they've done this, you are the one who said that they've been working together and they know this property and this project, and they've said, hey, we need the $2 million, Menlo Park.
Actually, today they said they didn't.
They said that they think that they can make this work without it.
Right.
Would you prefer $2 million from the city of Menlo Park, or would you not prefer $2 million from the city of Menlo Park?
I'll bake cookies. I would prefer it.
Yeah.
But it isn't a deal killer if we don't have it. We can go out and raise from other sources, knowing that it's going to take time to do that.
Is that the difference between the 8 months and 22 years of getting the project built?
No, that was an environmental issue.
I actually have a question for the developer, Mr. Rapp. Hi. Okay, I'm going to try to ask this question with the right tone. So if it comes across as a little edgy, that's not my intent at all. So what I've heard here tonight is that the city has a methodology to calculate the in lieu fee that seems as though you guys were aware of, and somehow you might not agree with it, but like it was there. So my question, and trying to think how to say this that doesn't sound like I'm like attacking you, because I'm not trying to attack you, is why do you think you don't, like, what is it about the land dedication that you think gets you off the hook for that extra $900,000? Like, why shouldn't you guys write that Delta check for the $900,000? Because it is very generous how you guys have, found this creative solution, but it sounds like you're valuing that at $900,000. And I'm just trying to understand, why we should like accept that.
Sorry, if I may, I know you said 900,000. There hasn't been a third party land
True.
valuation.
Sorry.
also.
Let's just assume for a minute that it's $900,000. I appreciate that, Councilmember Dor. And again, I'm not trying to put you on the spot in an antagonistic way. I'm just trying to understand, as we represent our city, how we can justify that.
No, I think we respectfully just disagree with the methodology. Yes, we were aware, but when you go back to 2018 and leading up to when the amendments were made to the methodology, Menlo Park had never done an affordability gap analysis. We kind of stood there for 90 to 120 days saying, who's going to do it? Are we going to hire a consultant? Is Menlo going to hire a consultant? We submitted that one with Brion Economics. God, must be 2 years ago, and then came back. new resolution, new methodology, submitted our methodology again, but we still disagree with methodology as we look at local jurisdictions and reports that are done. We just think there's a flaw in it, respectfully. And I think to answer your other piece of the question, when we look at the value creation of 26 units on that site and specifically what Menlo Park benefits from, we just think that outweighs it by a tremendous amount. And lastly, we've been talking about this. I think we would never be in a position to pay the 4.5 million. We'd look at an alternative means, and that's probably going and buying 2 units and dedicating them to being below market rate and retaining the site and eventually maybe entitling a commercial project at 1162 one day and owning the site in the Willows.
But it does sound like we would have to approve that option.
Sure. Yeah, it's allowed in the BMR guidelines. It would have to be approved by you, but it's obviously much more cost effective than paying 4.5 million.
Okay, thank you.
I appreciate Councilmember Nash, what you've shared. And I think where I am is, and also acknowledging the shiny units and the visualization that we've seen. And so I appreciate that is definitely, in mind. And, but I'm thinking that I would rather see this land go towards the potential for maybe getting 26 units of affordable senior housing. I'm still trying to debate on the 2 million for the BMR funding, leaning towards being supportive of that, but then also wanting a negotiation or something with developer to support with all the legal performance measures and the time or actually I suppose it's a question for our city attorney of how much time, what is the cost of developing this kind of land performance measures with a third party?
Yeah, we haven't even remotely begun having those discussions with the developer, but there are definitely performance metrics that I'd like to see in the deal. If we get direction from the council to pursue a land dedication and transfer, typically with property conveyed to an affordable housing developer, you'll do a DDA, and the DDA will require certain performance metrics before the affordable housing developer takes title to land, such as they've applied for tax credits, they've got their financing locked in, they have entitlements. And so here I'd like to see some of those tied potentially to the developer as opposed or to Prince Street as opposed to Eden, but we haven't even begun those discussions yet. But if we get direction, I want to have those discussions with them.
But that direction would still be preferable than directly transferring the land to the city and pursuing it from scratch on that side?
If the land is transferred to the city, we have to comply with Surplus Lands Act, which adds time and expenses. And then we still have the same scenario, or, we still are in a bit of a conundrum because we ultimately, either Eden or the developer needs to be tied, someone needs to be responsible for the ultimate development happening, and it can't be Eden. And so that creates a weird third-party agreement of sorts that I haven't wrapped my head around, where we convey the land to Eden and then somehow developer needs to stay on the hook for at least two of the 26 units.
But wouldn't the developer would be satisfying the obligation with the land?
Right. Well, that's
And-
their proposal.
And not the project.
Yeah,
right?
that's
And
their
so
that's their proposal.
Okay, yeah, you're like, that's not.
That's
That's okay.
And the council can direct that.
Yeah, I mean, it would be like I get what you're saying, but like I don't know what, like, if they're saying that the swap is the land for the obligation, and in my mind, then Eden Housing becomes a developer, like they take on the obligation. If we're think that they are the right developer, I mean, we're saying dedicate the land directly to them, like, right? Then now they have the obligation to deliver, in my mind. But I appreciate that, like, I don't know, yeah. So, but it seems as though Councilmember Dorr, I'm trying to, are you at where Councilmember Nash is at? Because then we can sort of see, we can go, okay, so you're at, and so is anyone else at where now Councilmember Dorr is Mayor Taylor? Are you at where Councilmember Nash and Councilmember Dorr are at?
Yes, but I am interested in how to make the city whole. So I'm interested in the land, but I'm also interested in the delta.
I think the question there is that it's not clear what the delta is, or if there is any delta. Because like,
Can I ask a clarifying question to Mayor, Councilmember Nash's concept? So you're basically telling Eden, don't come knocking for the $2 million. We're not going to give it to you.
I'm saying try, never say never, but try all other options first. But we'd, you know, I mean, would I spend $2 million to get 26 units rather than have it completely stall? Would I? Would I recommend that the city encourage the council to do that? Yes. But I would also say at this point, try, you know, knock on other doors. At some point, there's, you know, a trade-off between, I don't want to stall the project too long, but I would like to, yes, be able to use that money for other projects in the city.
so I'm like, this is your position, not my position. But like by denying them the $2 million, you're only like sort of like increasing the length of time it's going to take to deliver. Like, right? You're saying, okay, go and do all of these other things and knock on all these other doors, which is just going to, you know, make this project go on longer than it needs to. I mean, if the trade-off is like, so then it's like, what's the trade-off? If it's like, if it's going to be a year delay, is that worth the $2 million, or is it 6 months that's worth the $2 million, or 2 years worth the $2 million? I mean,
well, I guess
what's the delay that like, where you say that like, if I knew it was going to be late that much, I'd rather just pay the $2 million and be done with it.
I don't know where that timeline is. I would say a year max. Probably, I would say more like 6 months. I can't tell you, but I can tell you that I met Dixie today. I'm very impressed with her and her resourcefulness, and believe that she has a lot of, I would love to see what she could do with it. And if, you know, if she comes, if she doesn't, and this is a trust, if she comes back to the city and says, I've looked and it's, you know, there's nothing out there right now, and I can either keep looking or, you know, can you fund us? I think that's another decision point. And I would certainly be open to that. But I would also say, you know, in the interest of being whole, let's give it a try. Now, if you tell me you'll only do it if we fund them, okay.
I'm concerned that like, and I'm not even where you are, but I'm concerned we're going to get the delay and we're still going to have to pay off the $2 million.
So I guess what I'd like to do is just see if we can even reach an agreement on this, and then we can make that next step.
Okay.
At the next.
Okay.
Yeah, I hear the desire to be whole, but I don't want Eden to be penalized. I think being whole is more in the reflection of with the developer. For me to, as I've been reflecting on the BMR, this $2 million, if we have that plus a strong local preference with Eden, that serves as an anti-displacement strategy to keep senior folks living in the same neighborhood as where they are. And so for me, I would be supportive of doing the third-party land valuation, including the 2 million, working with Eden to have a very strong local preference, and then having the developer and city attorney work together to provide in-kind support or funding to help manage those legal performance measures.
Mayor Taylor.
Thank you. And one of the reasons I am suggesting that Eaton Housing look for funding outside of the city is because there is funding outside of the city. These units, best case or worst case scenario, will be done in 4 years. One thing that we do not have numbers on is how many folks are displaced between the time we approve a project and the time it's completed and occupied. A displacement rate, at least in District 1, is I don't know if it's the highest in the city, but it's definitely been high over the past 4 years. And so if there's opportunity for an affordable housing developer to get funding outside of the city, I want that to be a consideration, because that 2 million can actually keep people housed over the 4 years it's going to take to build this. That's the way I look at it. And again, I'll keep saying that our BMR policy needs to be updated.
Councilmember Willison, where are you? I mean, I'm going to try. I can be supportive of the dedication to Eden Housing as a meeting Prince Street's BMR obligation. I can be supportive of that. I have my qualms, as I've expressed throughout this meeting, but I'm okay if we want to hold off the 2 million, because it seems like that's where there's support. I want to, be okay also with having a quick check-in, right, on where things stand as far as the need for the 2 million. And I'm okay with whatever negotiation you guys think would be appropriate to try to keep Prince Street on some hook. Although I probably would just prefer a cleaner deal. So that's where I think I could be, which I think I have moved a lot.
I mean, it sounds like there's at least 3 for the land dedication. I mean, I'm still, to be honest, the whole making us whole thing and that $900,000 is still kind of eating me up a little bit. And I guess, are there any other unintended consequences of giving into that the staff wants to share? Because I know the recommendation was the in-lieu fee. So I just want to know maybe a little bit more about why the staff, I guess because it was the most simple, but are we thinking about every nook and cranny of kind of this type of foregoing that 900,000 and what it could mean for other things?
Thank you. So it is a tough decision. So I don't think staff's recommendation is taken lightly. I mean, I think it is one that is consistent with the existing agreement. It is something that it is administratively the simplest of the ones that we, have discussed. And certainly, there's a lot of things that we were talking about just now with the land dedication and, what sort of legal work and additional staff time is needed. And as we discussed, there are a number of other programs out of the housing element, environmental, that also support the environmental justice element, that the funding could be used towards. And that also is taking into consideration that we are anticipating additional BMR funds coming into the city in the near future. And so, it's an opportunity to, fill back the bucket, if you will, of the BMR housing fund.
I would only add that there is right at this moment a triplex on the market for $2.6 million in the city. So I think sort of forcing the 4.5 million, I do remember that discussion and this idea of we want to very much disincentivize that, but if it's not like where they absolutely have to pay the 4.5 million, if there is this then other option to actually deliver the units, then you just go and buy a triplex, save yourself $2 million. And then you get one extra unit. So, I mean, if the council is really wanting the
Yeah, I mean, I didn't know that they had that option, which is strange to me since it seems like you're taking units off the market to make, which I don't love. I don't know where that comes from, but yeah, that's fine. Go with Councilmember Nash.
I would feel differently about this if we were talking about 2 units in a market rate building.
No,
We're-
absolutely. I mean, we all want the prize. And I know we had another developer come in here a few months ago who wanted a special deal on their in lieu fees, and we did not,
They didn't want
they
to
did
pay
not,
them.
they did not, yeah, they did not get what they wanted. So, yeah.
But here we are talking about extra BMR units, not extra
Well, which is why we're
market
even
rate
having the
units.
conversation. Right,
Precisely,
right,
and why
right.
I
Okay,
am more
okay.
flexible in this
Okay.
situation.
Okay, City Clerk Karen, I think that's direction. I'm going to ask you to summarize it.
And I will then turn to staff if Deanna can provide us a overview of that direction.
Does someone want to take the first stab at trying to say where the council is landing, Councilmember Dora?
Yes, and it starts with a question. Do we have to decide the 2 million BMR situation tonight?
No, that's not.
Yeah.
before the
Great,
council.
so that's not on the conversation. So the proposition or the proposal that the city council is coming together with is to do a land donation, direct transfer to Eden. And for there to be on the legal performance standards, negotiation conversation. I think we didn't actually align on what we wanted for that part.
Yeah, I
Or
think
is that-
the
do we have to
idea
to
is just
say
that like
that we
there
want-
would be some negotiations around performance standards and who would be the parties to those performance standards. I think it's something that like the staff or the city attorney would come back with.
And I'm also thinking about the cost of that, and I'm not sure how much that is, but I'm guessing it's not going to be too small. And so I'm wondering about the opportunity for not just negotiating who's responsible for what, but also who's paying for the costs of that work.
Yeah, I mean, thus far, the city has borne all the costs associated with the various steps of this process.
For our staff, like on our side, yeah,
And,
which is
and legal, yeah.
But I want to make sure that the city is standing behind our methodology. Like, I'm not doing this because I disagree with the methodology that was set in 2020 by the council. This is a policy decision based on these unique circumstances. But I think for other developers doing business in our city, when you agree to go into business with the city, like read the fine print of our fees, because I think we deserve to collect those.
in any project that's post 2020, it's clear and unambiguous what that methodology is. Like, right, and so so are we? Is that enough direction? Is there some still something that's still not unclear for staff?
I'm
Councilmember
clear.
Nash.
I do see that Mayor Taylor has her hand raised.
Thank you. My question is, how soon will this come back to council?
I think that could be in part based on like the negotiation, like, and whether the parties are able to reach some quick. So let's say it's a quick new. Let's say the actual aspect in the negotiation is not an issue, and it's like, when is the next time there is seemingly an opening on the agenda? Like, when do you see that? City Manager Murphy.
Yes, I can. I can't speak to the specifics of what need to happen necessarily, but I could talk to generally about like agenda planning. I mean, the earliest would be sometime in the new year, just as a practical matter, just to kind of get that out of the way in terms of the remaining meetings this calendar year. So I'd be sometime in the new year, and I think we would want to try to, bring this to a conclusion, and just a matter of making sure that we work through those details appropriately. So maybe sometime in the new year, but I don't know what others may say about how long that might take.
Through the mayor.
Yeah.
I forgot, there's one thing I think was missing from your summary motion, which was there is a desire amongst the council to include the city's local preference criteria and adherence to the city's BMR guidelines.
Thank you.
Cool. All right. So then that's, again, there's a study session, so no actual motion or action. And I think staff feels that it has, I hope staff has the direction. Yeah, does Prince Street or Edenhausen have any questions or any?
Parting words, because no developer can give up the microphone ever. We do want to make it clear that the proposal with Eden Housing would not include Prince Street Partners in the ownership of the affordable housing project. Eden would own that 100%, or with the city. However, that all comes out at the end. We thank you for the opportunity. We will be very transparent, share any documents the city wishes to see from other transactions if you so wish. But thank you very much.
All right, thank you, everyone. We'll go on to the next agenda item. Oh, we'll take a 5-minute break. So actually back at 9:15, 8-minute break. Council back at the dais, we'll move on to the regular business portion of the meeting. Under regular business, the city council considers recommendations from city staff on policy matters or administrative actions that require city council approval. The regular business item is waive the first reading and introduce an ordinance amending Title 11 of the Municipal Code to revise sections related to stopping, parking, and standing for vehicles and establish parking restrictions for oversized vehicles. Here to introduce the item is Police Chief Norris.
Thank you, Vice Mayor and Madam Mayor, Honorable Council. Appreciate the opportunity to be here and introduce this ordinance. Grab the remote here. So what we're looking for is to waive the first reading and introduce an ordinance to address changes to enhance the city's ability to enforce certain parking regulations and add enforcement capability in reference to oversized parking. So just a quick overview. This covers kind of a broad range of different parking matters. We're looking to enhance safety, to clarify some regulations, and also to address some community needs. There are modifications, all are contained within Title 11, reinforcing our enforcement capability and authority to designate areas where parking is regulated, delineate signage and enforcement authority, and close enforcement gaps in relation to authorities and penalties. And we're also looking to add a section to Title 11 of the Municipal Code regulating oversized vehicle parking in our city. So a couple of these changes, and I'll quickly go through some of the detail of these changes. Section 11.24.009 just clarifies our authority for sign installation and clarifies the application to city-owned public parking lots and parking lots at publicly accessible park and recreational facilities, closing gaps in that language that impede enforcement, and removes dated and unnecessary subsections on certain citation amounts. And then sections 11.24.025 and 026 provide some expanded authority to the Public Works Director or designee to identify and mark no parking zones adjacent to driveways and enhance visibility and safety. Additional changes, 11.24.050, slight changes to the overnight parking program language to make the language more flexible to new residential developments. We've had a couple of new developments come in that need to be delineated, but if we continue to develop as we are and we continue to add locations, it makes more sense to change this language to make it more amenable to that. And it allows overnight parking to include overnight parking regulation of city facility related parking lots. Section 11.24.070 changes the regulation language slightly in alignment with other local city regulations that provide existing authority for removal of vehicles after 72 hours in accordance with state law. And I'll just clarify that that's something that's already been in existence since 1987 in this form. So there is existing state law for 72-hour parking. The state law requires that there be a local ordinance. That ordinance has been in place for over 35 years. Section 11.24.075, new regulation that addresses the adverse impacts of oversized vehicles parked on city streets. It defines the oversized vehicles. It identifies the purpose to alleviate impeded views that can create a danger to vehicles, bicycles, and pedestrian traffic, to prevent unhealthy and unlawful discharge of hazardous material onto city streets and into waterways. And it establishes some exemptions for emergency situations, governmental operations like police, fire, public works, short-term prep of personal RVs, and commercial loading and unloading purposes. And it establishes penalties for oversized vehicles unlawfully parked on city streets between 2 a.m. and 5 a.m. to include citation and removal of oversized vehicles parked in violation. So I just want to reiterate our commitment, and I've been here before you several times to talk about enforcement matters and how we approach those. I'm going to read this to you because I wrote it out and I want to be very clear. So safety permitting, Menlo Park Police Department approaches all in-person contacts, including habitation and vehicles, as I know this will come up today, with a care-first approach, connecting with the human beings involved and assessing first for how we or any other available resources might help. In all cases where immediate public safety intervention is not needed, we'll be offering options, educating about regulations and consequences, and providing ample opportunities for alternative solutions prior to and contemporaneous with any enforcement. When enforcement action must be taken, all attempts to present and provide alternatives to enforcement will have been documented through incident notes, reports, and recordings, and the respect and dignity of all people in Menlo Park remains a North Star for the Menlo Park Police Department and our team. With that, I'm ready to have some discussion and dialogue on this, I'm sure, but our recommendation is to waive the first reading and introduce an ordinance to address changes to enhance the city's ability to enforce certain parking regulations and add enforcement capability in reference to oversized vehicle parking. And with that, I'll take any questions.
Thank you, Chief Norris. Are there any clarifying questions for the chief? Okay. Seeing none, Clerk Karen, let's call for public comment.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. So at this time, if any member of the public wishes to provide comment on item L1, waiving the first reading and introducing an ordinance, amending Title 11 of the Municipal Code to revise sections related to stopping, parking, and standing for vehicles and establish parking restrictions for oversized vehicles. If you are participating virtually, please engage that hand feature bottom of your screen. Calling in from a landline or a cell phone, please press *9. If participating in person, please complete a speaker card at the back table and return to me at the clerk's desk. We're currently seeing 4 speakers, 5 speakers. So this will be the final call for public comment on regular business item L1.
I take it anyone.
Just give me one moment. We're tallying up the total number of speakers, Peter. Thank you. Perfect. So we are looking at a total of 6 speakers. And our first speaker will be Peter Banzoff, followed by Mikey Attal. And Peter, let me go ahead and get your clock up. And you can begin. Sorry about that. There we go.
Good evening, Council. My name is Peter Banzoff. Thank you for your service and staying up late and working through difficult issues. This is probably one of them. I'm a property owner at 4055 Bohannon Drive in the industrial district near Marsh Road and 101. Vice Mayor Holmes, Combs, we met a while back, if you remember. We are really proud of the building that we own there. It's a vacant property. This neighborhood itself is an industrial park. It's a nice place for an office building, but it's not really a great place for residential use. And so what we've noticed over time of owning this property for 2 years is that there's quite a few RVs that are parked on the streets. And there's only about a mile of city streets in this little neighborhood. I counted today 40 recreational vehicles. So I've done some research here to try to understand what's going on. Why are there so many RVs in this particular location in town? It turns out that some of these are rented. These are being used as housing for individuals who don't have permanent housing. And by the fact of the nature that there is a landlord that is renting to them, unfortunately, there are people in those RVs who are being taken advantage of because they have an opportunity to get housing elsewhere. Maybe it's not the best housing that could be available, but it's a lot better than an RV. And on the other hand, those RVs and those landlords are taking advantage of the city and the taxpayers because that's not meant to be used to create revenue. And so we have this situation where there's an ordinance that's being proposed that is going to waive some elements to try and help give the police the tools to police their own city streets. I would highly recommend doing that. I think it's the right thing to do. It's already in place. I just want to give the police the tools to do their job. And I really commend them for doing, a safe and honorable duty. And it's not easy, but we have a situation and there's remedies that can be done to resolve it. So I appreciate your consideration tonight and thank you for your time.
Thank you for your comment. Next is Mikey Attal.
It's Michael Hall.
I'm so sorry.
No worries. Good evening, council. Dear Vice Mayor and council members, I'd like to thank you for your sorry. I'd like to thank you for your time and patience. My name is Michael Hall. I'm the Special Projects Coordinator for We Hope based in East Palo Alto. While I support the efforts to enhance the public safety and cleanliness and the ordinance, I also am a homeless advocate. We Hope works with the homeless in our community. We established a safe parking program here about 3 years back that was very successful. I urge the council to consider a successful model implemented by We Hope Safe Parking Program in East Palo Alto. This program provided designated parking spaces for RV dwellers, along with access to essential services such as portable showers, restrooms, laundry facilities. By offering a safe, stable environment, We Hope has demonstrated a compassionate and effective method to support those living in RVs while maintaining public safety and cleanliness. We Hope's program has shown significant success in helping RV residents transition to more affordable, stable and affordable housing. For example, the program has provided safe parking for up to 20 RVs supported by city funding as well as community partnerships. Participants have access to critical resources that help them improve their lives, their living conditions, and work towards permanent housing solutions. This model not only addresses the immediate needs, but it also promotes long-term stability as well as vulnerable population. Through this program we established in East Palo Alto, we were able to place 60 plus families in long-term permanent housing. Given the urgency of this issue, I recommend the following actions be without delay. I plan for a second reading after Police and Public Works Department have gathered and presented transparent data on the ordinance impact. Prepare comprehensive data on the number of vehicles affected, the frequency and location of the parking complaints, and the resources required for enforcement, and study the outcomes of the displaced RV residents, including their short-term and long-term impacts, and expect racially equality and social economic outcomes. Menlo Park should not proceed with an ordinance until the council has reviewed this data and considered alternatives, options such as safe parking programs. This approach ensures public safety and community well-being without exasperating the homeless. We can and will partner with you to give a humane approach to dealing with this situation. We have the tools and expertise to help the city with the address of this issue. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. Our next speaker will be Eileen Latterman, followed by Jess Hudson.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council members. Thank you for your time this evening. Again, as a business owner and a building owner in Menlo Park, I'm here to strongly urge the approval and expedition for the proposed parking regulation proposed by Chief Norris. The situation with the RV vehicles have become alarming. The numbers are increasing at a frightening rate and the impact is severe on our community. The areas around these vehicles often smell of human waste and sewage, creating unsanitary conditions that affect local businesses and residents. More disturbingly, we're just witnessing multiple children playing near dangerous intersections where these vehicles are parked, obstructing sight lines and creating hazardous situations. This is an accident waiting to happen, and we need to act now to prevent this tragedy. We've raised these concerns many times, and we like to see that the Menlo Police Department has proposed an effective action, and we're hoping that this could take place. We continue to plead, but are falling on deaf ears, and we understand that this is a housing issue, but we highly advise that we move forward with Chief Norris' proposition, and that we also look for proposed dwelling units for these RVs and hopefully be able to push these efforts through. I want to emphasize the urgency of this. We have a huge profile event happening on December 4th, which would make or break the decision of the business owner to stay at this location in Menlo Park. We're really begging for the city manager's office, Menlo Park PD, and the city council to do whatever they can to have these RVs moved and towed by this date. It'll help us, give us a day to, we'll need the space for overflow parking, which we're unable to do due to the illegal parking that's happening overnight for over 72 hours here at this location. This isn't just about one event or one business. It's really about the future of the industrial and commercial buildings here at this location. We really need the regulations, and we really hope that you guys considered proposing and moving forward with this proposition. In closing, please approve these parking regulations and take immediate action to address these. It's for the safety of our children, the health of our community, and the help of the homelessness that's happening here at this location. I thank you for your time and your consideration tonight. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. Our next speaker will be Jess Hudson, followed by Catherine Dumont.
Good evening, Mayor and Council members. My name is Jess Hudson. I'm calling representing United Way Bay Area this evening. I am glad to hear that there is a care first approach. I am concerned for the people who live in these RVs. Where will they go? What will the impact be if they are displaced? Are there adequate long-term housing solutions available to them? And has a safe parking program been studied? I request that a study is done to determine what the impact will be to the displaced folks who are living in these RVs, and to look into the feasibility of a safe parking program for them, as we know that affordable housing is difficult to get. The wait lists are long and people need a place to live. They have to have somewhere to go. And I request that there be a second reading so that the public has time to consider the implications after they've been carefully studied. I thank you for your time and your consideration.
Thank you for your comment. Next speaker is Catherine Dumont, followed by Andrew Wong.
Hi, good evening, council and staff. Catherine Dumont, Menlo Park resident. And I also would like to see a second reading and some studying done on what services, what is the long term, what's the goal here? We want to push the problem away. We want to get rid of the unsightliness, but this isn't a traffic safety issue. It's not a vehicle moving violations issue. It's a people issue. We're talking about lives of folks who have no better option than to live in their vehicle and or in a vehicle that they're renting from somewhere else. I did have experience recently working with Palo Alto and understand that life moves, and the other gentleman who spoke, the other services that are being offered in Palo Alto, Mountain View, ensuring that residents, because these are our residents, whether we want to admit it or not, are being cared for and have options. safe parking programs with services. So I'd really like to see some attention paid to this, what we want for our community, including these people who are pretty much falling between the cracks. And I also concerned about understand community policing as an approach and a but it is still policing, and you still have someone knocking on your door as a police person knocking on your door, and that is not going to go well. It's not going. In Palo Alto, they have lots of services providers that have established caring and compassionate relationships with the folks who live in their vehicles. They're trusted service providers. Let's not make this a policing issue. It's a human issue. It's a human rights issue. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. Next up is Andrew Wong, followed by Lupita.
Good evening, members of the City Council. My name is Andrew Wong, and I represent, and I'm speaking on behalf of an owner of several commercial properties and our tenants that conduct business here in Menlo Park. We strongly urge the city to adopt this ordinance to help keep our streets safe and clean. First, these recreational vehicles are parked and create a serious safety and health hazards. Fortunately, some individuals are dumping hazardous materials onto our streets and our waterways, including sewage and other chemicals. This not only harms our environment, but also it creates a health and safety risk to our residents. In addition, these recreational vehicles that are parked along our roads are obstructing the visibility, which creates a challenge for drivers that are coming in and out to their place of work, as well as increases the risk of car accidents. This is further compounded as there are a number of children and pets, including chickens and dogs, running in the streets in an area that frankly is zoned for commercial and not for residential use. So for these reasons, I strongly urge the city to adopt this ordinance together. Let's work together and figure out a solution to keep our streets safe and clean. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. All right, and our next speaker will be Lupita.
Hi, my name is Lupita, and I work at We Hope. I ran the RV parking lot when we had our shelter. I ran it for a few years, and I think it will be a big success. Mikhail mostly said everything that we do and we did, but we also did case management. We did with the kids had Wi-Fi access. They had, we could do laptop. They had homework tutoring with us. Showers. We had fun games with them to play. They were off the streets. They felt safe because we had 24-hour security at the RV lot. They had 3 times a week check-in with the case managers. One of our clients bought a house. We had a savings program. They had to save money to be able to do a weekly savings with us. And once they left the program, they got their money back. So one of our clients who was living with us, she was able to buy her house in 6 months. She bought a house in Tracy. We also helped them with their tickets to get their license back. A family got her kids back. So I do think that the RV program will be a big success for the kids as well, to be safe and they could sleep in. And I mean, I did We Hope when Bay Road was terrible. It was cleaned up by We Hope. Mikhail also helped out. But I really think that the safe parking will be a big success, and I really hope that we can be part of we can be part of it. Like I say, there's case management with them. 3 times a week, tutoring with the kids, Wi-Fi access, laundry showers. They had electricity power in the RVs. They had dumping vouchers to dump their sewers, you know. But I really hope that you guys consider it. It will be a big success, and I'll be happy to help out on anything that you need from me with the RV lot, information, ideas. I'll be happy to work out. Also, we had a big list of clients. So those clients that were not in the RV lot, but there was a wait list. We gave them a parking pass with the code that I provided, that the cops would know that they're on the program but on the wait list. So the cops knew that they were in the program by this parking pass that, you know, but I really hope that we get this going and have the families be safe and secured and get them case management.
Thank you for your comment. And that does look like the end of our cards and hands. Vice Mayor, you may continue.
All right, thank you, Clerk Heron. So we'll bring it back to the dais for council discussion, comments, motions. Oh, Mayor Taylor.
Thank you, Vice Mayor Combs, and thank you to the public comments and also the presentation by Chief Norris. Just wanted to check in with the chief. This ordinance is in line with the county?
If you're asking whether we have modeled this after some county ordinance, I think the answer to that is no. The ordinance is modeled after several other city ordinances that are local here within the county. So would the answer would be closer to that we've taken some of our local cities as well as some reference material that the city attorney has to compose this as a city ordinance.
Okay, thank you. And I have questions about some of the public comment, but I'm not sure if that's the questions to ask the chief or staff from our housing area. But this is around the safe parking. If we have 40 RVs that were counted by one of the property owners in this area, is there space to provide safe parking for 40 RVs? And I know, and then my other question is the safe parking for RVs voluntary? I'm sure it's not a mandatory program. So what's the potential that these 40 RVs will have safe parking by December 2nd, which I think is pretty slim. But just thinking about where these folks are actually going to go and who would be in charge of that.
So I'll take an initial stab at this, but I may want to hand it off to one of our other local experts here. First of all, the answer to the December 4th question is, even if we were to move forward with an oversized vehicle ordinance today, and we were to bring it back even as quickly as next week, because that's our next council meeting, to do the second reading, there would still be a curing period for that ordinance that would pass December 4th. So this ordinance cannot go into effect that quickly to have that kind of effect. And secondarily, with regard to the safe parking, well, I can't answer questions as to where could we put it. The answer to whether that's something that's feasible, clearly, you know, it's been done and demonstrated in other jurisdictions, but it takes a tremendous amount of time to put a proposal like that together, to decide whether it's We Hope, whether it has to be some type of RFP, and that would even be whether it would be at the direction of council, because there would be resources that would be attached to that. So it's kind of a long and complicated question. That would be my initial answer to that. I don't know whether city manager or city attorney has anything to add to that.
Through the mayor, I would just support the what the chief just described in terms of the basics, in terms of wanting to explore safe parking. I think the basic issue that I'm aware of is that no location has been identified. So that would be for sure the number one topic. I think we have examples from elsewhere about how such a program could be run. The key would be the location.
Thank you. Just to start the discussion around the ordinance, I am supportive of creating some additional tools for our police department. And I look at this as a combination of things. One is this ordinance looks at areas where there's challenges with visibility that is not just related to RVs. It's also some streets where cars park in the crosswalk. Folks sometimes park in places that make it difficult to see. The other part is I'm concerned that we do nothing regarding our issues around homelessness, whether folks are sleeping in an RV or in a car or they're sleeping on the street. I'm glad to hear that we have an ordinance that is similar to other cities. I want to make sure that whatever we create doesn't push someone to the neighboring city. So if we're doing something similar, I am also looking at what the county is doing. I know that the city manager is aware of some things that are coming up with the county. And I also, again, I want to look at BMR funds around how better we can use that money. To me, funding something with that money would be good for Menlo Park, especially if we're creating an ordinance that has the potential of pushing our homeless population into neighboring cities. So those are my initial thoughts.
Thank you, Mayor Taylor. Sure. Councilmember Dorr.
Thank you. And there are some parts of these Title 11 changes that I am supportive of. But I think what's challenging, I understand why they all came at the same time, but I think it's challenging that they've come at the same time because I think it also muddles the conversation that we're having and the space of challenge and dialogue that we are really focusing on the dais. And so I'm very comfortable with section 112409, 25 and 26 and 50. The ones I am not comfortable with is the regulations on 72 hours or this suggested ordinance on oversized vehicles. And this is a really challenging issue. And it's as folks who've reached out to us from the Legal Aid Society of San Mateo County, the Immigrant Legal Resource Center, the Community Law Clinic at EPA, We Hope and others have mentioned, we're experiencing housing crisis where people cannot afford to live in their homes, where they are folks are having to resort to living in RVs, and with their families too, some of them, and that is not a stable, good situation. And at the same time, I don't want to see our city adopt a punitive measure that will harm our most vulnerable neighbors and create even further destabilization for folks. And in some of the comments, I think that were sent to us, that someone commented that, if someone is living here in Menlo Park, they're living here, there is a reason. They might work here, their kids might be in school here, they might have family nearby, they might be from here or have another connection. And so by pushing them away, it's saying not here, but somewhere else and adding that destabilization. And we do not know the full impact of the harm that we would directly cause by adopting this kind of ordinance. I agree with Mayor Taylor that does not mean I don't want to do nothing. I want to get creative and humane solutions on the table here. I know that there has been some outreach that the PD and others have done, kind of going door to door and saying, here are some options. What's not clear to me is what those avenues and options have been so far, Because, you know, if someone's knocking on a door and saying, hey, we'll put you on a list, you might get off of it in 3 years for housing that is, you know, $4,000 a month. That's not a viable option for folks. And so I want to see more creative, more humane options like the safe parking option that's being talked about, and more exploration with other cities that are exploring these other alternative and more humane options, and exploring avenues there. Another reason why I'm concerned about this ordinance, along with the harm it causes, but is looking at the enforcement of what does it mean for a small city like ours to look into towing? Where do we put those? What if there's children in them? There's just so many complicated legal and just tangible material challenges with pursuing that. Not to mention the legal issues that have been mentioned by the Legal Aid Society, the Immigrant Legal Resource Center, the Community Law Clinic, and others. So for all those reasons, I'm not supportive of the 72-hour or the oversized ordinance. But I am saying here that I am supportive of the regulation that's saying, hey, let's not have parking at parks. And I wonder, as maybe also a part of this solution finding is, are there some particular locations where we want to say, hey, maybe not here, but in some other places it can be acceptable? So for example, we're saying here, no overnight parking at parks. Should the same be extended to very narrow streets? Or is there something else we can do there to make sure that we're addressing part of the challenges here? Thank you.
Could I ask for a little bit of clarification on the 72-hour parking? What part of that you have concerns with?
I see it as so tied to this, and I think some people live out of not RVs, but out of cars, and I worry about the extent of harm that can cause.
Okay, and the reason that I ask is that that's a ordinance that's been in place for a really long time, related to a state code that's been in place for a really long time. We get numerous complaints on a regular basis about vehicles that are left parked in areas, especially in the Bellhaven neighborhood, that have been parked for days or weeks or months that need to come off the street. Not that we don't have measures in place already to address that, but I just wanted to get clarification as to what concerns you had with that.
I think the other concern I have there is also on the enforcement side and wanting to know what are all the pieces that would need to be done there, because it seems like there would be a lot.
Okay, and just also for clarity, this year, and I'll just use 2024 as an example. The first 6 months, because I did have data that tracked the first 6 months or so of especially the particular area that you're talking about, over 500 parking complaints in that area in a 6-month period, and I'm sure that has not decreased since July. And we're not towing any of those vehicles at this moment. And if a vehicle is occupied, that's being lived in, we're not towing those vehicles. We're doing some enforcement and citations, but we're not towing occupied or habitated vehicles right now. Nor would it be our intention to immediately start doing that upon receiving an ordinance that gives us authority for that. That's why, I write and say what I do in terms of our approach. We're not going to shake out any RVs and, leave people stranded on the street. And that's not what the police department is designed to do, at least not this police department.
And to clarify, Chief, on the 500 complaints, is that on the 72-hour situation?
That is on a variety of different parking complaints in that area. So
Are we,
blocking
what do you mean by that area?
driveways, parking in the red zones, also parked in, for excessive amounts of time, parked with the discharge of hazardous materials coming out of the RVs. All of those things, parked in a way that's impeding view. There's lots of delivery trucks and then there are children. You've heard some comments about children that are playing, that are living in the RVs there. Concerns about, the traffic hazards that are related to that. So it's a melange of all those things.
If the council is, I'm curious for other folks' comments on the 72 hours, but I feel very strongly about everything I shared on the RVs. Thank you.
So I'm happy to go next. I'm supportive of the ordinances that the changes that are being proposed here. Like I appreciate that it's a sensitive issue with no great outcomes. But what this does is it I think to the chief's point, it increases the options that are available to the police and to city staff. I mean, it's ultimately their judgment and their decisions on what they want to do. That doesn't come from council. We can make a decision to give them additional options here. And nothing that's being proposed here is something that is novel or new or doesn't exist in other places. And so I think the legality is fairly clear here. For me, I think my approach is that we have to be willing to say that across the city, every place gets treated the same. Every street gets treated the same. And what we're saying, and again, I know it's a sensitive issue, to the businesses, the workers, the property owners, and the Bohannon Drive area, is that the rules don't apply. And to me, I find that especially problematic because I've walked this area several times. And whether it's, all sorts of, I'm going to say very suboptimal conditions. And so we can, as a city, say that like, okay, we're just going to ignore that and not do anything. And then you start a cycle where businesses then don't sublet there or lease there, and then they leave. And then, all of a sudden properties become vacant and you become a whole area of the city where you've allowed to go down this road because you've said that the rules no longer apply. And so what I would propose, Councilmember Doherty, since you've mentioned this, is that like, if there were 40 RVs parked in the parking lot at Sharon Park, would you have the same position? And I absolutely know not. Because if there were 40 RVs parked in the park at Sharon Park, this would be filled with residents from Sharon Park. You and I both know that. So why should we let this exist in one part of the city that we wouldn't say is okay for in front of the house of your neighbors or in front of the park near where you live? It's simply not okay. It's easy to take principled decisions and positions when it doesn't impact you. When it's removed, it's the other side of the city. And so that's what I find especially problematic. So if you think that this is okay, then what you should be saying is like, the new place for them should be is the parking lot at Sharon Park. Because that takes the principled decision and that puts skin in the game. But unless we're saying that this is something that we're okay with existing in front of our own houses, then I think what we have to do is provide the business owners, the people who are going to work in this area, in the area of the city where this concentration has happened, we have to provide them the same amount of diligence and engagement and response that we would respond to our own neighbors on our own streets. Mayor Taylor.
Thank you, Vice Mayor Combs. And because of the sensitivity with this topic, I just wanted to check in if other council members, I know myself and Vice Mayor Combs have walked this area on foot. We didn't do a drive-by. So I wanted to check in with other council members to see if they've actually visited the area.
Yes.
Yes.
I've not walked it, but I've definitely driven there.
Thank you. That was my only question. And I'm not sure what the length of time they've been there. I know it's been a few years. And I'm supportive of doing something. Councilmember Dorr, you listed the numbers of what you did not support so quickly that I didn't get a chance to mark them. So if you could state that for me again, please.
Yes. I'm curious, we haven't talked about the 72 hours, so that's the 11-24-070. And then, so that's what I'm curious about, but leaning towards not supporting. And the one that I'm not supporting is 11-24-075 on the oversized vehicles.
Okay. Thank you.
And I'd appreciate getting to ask a question if I can. To the city attorney, what other cities have used a street-based approach to determine if and where RVs are permitted or not permitted?
Yeah, I don't know that I certainly can't list all of them, but I know that a number of our neighboring jurisdictions have taken an approach of identifying certain locations that are determined to be appropriate or feasible for overnight oversized parking. Pacifica, Mountain View. I have a list that I can pull up of a few other neighboring jurisdictions. And those jurisdictions that develop this sort of site, more location-specific regulations, have different criteria that they utilize for determining where overnight parking is not permitted based on features such as width of a street, zoning districts, like not in any, residential or in certain commercial districts. Yeah.
Thank you. And could you also speak to what cities have been sued to the RV bans? I know that the Lawyers Committee for Civil Rights mentioned Mountain View, Sebastopol, and San Diego. Do you know of other cities in California that have been sued for their RV bans?
Pacifica was sued as well. We also have my colleague Mark Tran on Zoom, and I think he might have a broader list of cities that have been sued. But yes, we are aware of those three cities as well as Pacifica. Both Pacifica and Mountain View settled lawsuits with the ACLU. And Mark, I don't know if you have any more specifics on any of those lawsuits.
Yes. Good evening, council. Can you hear me okay?
We can.
Thank you. Hi, I'm Mark with the city attorney's office. So I know Mountain View has been listed. I don't know if Fullerton has. I think I heard San Diego earlier. Sebastopol's another city. So there have been some cities that have been sued over their oversized vehicle ordinances. I'll add that all of those lawsuits predate the City of Grants Pass v. Johnson opinion that the Supreme Court of the United States released earlier this year in the summer.
Yeah.
So I am in favor of the existing parking regulations and bringing them up to date. I do have a question about the parking lots. I'm sorry, the parks and recreational facilities, and just how many people are currently parking in those lots, if we know them. And I apologize that I've not asked this question before. It just came to me right before the meeting. So I'm curious how many people are currently parking overnight for extended periods,
Yeah, I don't know that I have an exact count for you on that. Wasn't prepared with some numbers on that.
Yeah.
But I can tell you anecdotally, there are some who are parking after hours there because they are employees who are working in some of our non-city, but kind of parallel to city functions where they're in these parking lots after hours providing service. There are some parking lots that do incur some overflow parking from nearby apartment buildings where the overnight parking ordinance covers the street. So it's a bit of a workaround to that existing parking regulation. I don't know what the exact numbers are on that, but I would say there's a smattering of that on any given night.
And how would you deal with folks who are working in the buildings overnight? Would they be expected to get the temporary parking permits? How would you handle that? And also for the overflow parking?
Yeah, I think that some of that would be some permitting for folks who are authorized, who are supposed to be there on site in the after hours. Beyond that, I don't know that we would be doing permitting for, say, residential vehicles that are just overflow from the residential areas.
Thank you. And I am not in favor of the Exhibit A, the 1124-075. I think I am concerned about what is happening, but I don't think that prohibiting parking of those vehicles, of the RVs, we need to study it first. We need to try and come up with some solutions rather than just put an ordinance in an ordinance without any solutions. And I know that the solutions are not easy, otherwise we would have been doing them. It's a very difficult situation, as I know everybody feels, but I would not be in favor of those prohibitions of the 11075 for the oversized vehicle parking. And then I do have one other question about on the parking where we are saying that you can't stop within by a crosswalk or curb extension. But then I'm concerned that we are then allowing commercial parking there, because that is then, it says the space may be used as a commercial loading zone. It seems that that's creating the visibility hazard that we are trying to prevent. So I'm wondering if there's thoughts on that piece of it.
I might ask one of our partners from Public Works, or I think I see Public Works Director Zillian Mitch stepping up.
Good evening, council members. Azalea Mitch, Public Works Director. The proposed language would allow us to consider loading zones in areas that have commercial needs. It would allow us for the flexibility. We are thinking ahead about potential density changes and the needs. Your point in terms of visibility and the intent of the law, we would have to consider that, but it's sort of balancing the needs and giving us the flexibility to consider other uses, given that the state law does allow for that space to be used as a loading zone.
So it's not a blanket approval. It would be considered. Thank you.
Exactly. It may. Yes.
Okay. So I would be in favor of the ordinance, except for the oversized parking vehicles.
But just so I can understand so some of the other parts of the ordinance are aimed at better addressing overnight parking in parking lots, parks. And so we were okay with the further restrictions there, right, are clarifying and closing up some loopholes.
So I actually would prefer not to include parking lots. I'm sorry, I would prefer not to include the public parking lots that we just discussed. I was actually waiting to hear other people's comments before further commenting on that, but I do have concerns about that.
Okay, so it's not just the oversized. So holistically, you have concerns with any, because to me, I think the issue is that it's thematically, the restrictions, the additional restrictions, or some of the closing loopholes here are all about the same aim of giving police officers or the police greater tools to address essentially what are scenarios where unhoused persons in our community are sleeping in vehicles, either oversized or not. Like, right. And so I think the question is that like, is that something that we want to address in some way by we giving additional tools, closing some loopholes, or do we not? Like, right. So for me, and I can understand, or at least it makes sense to me logically if you say no, but then that's a no across the board. But if you say that like, I'm going to separate out oversized vehicles and then say that like, well, the other situation, I think I'm fine with that is where I think I get confused.
So I would agree. Yes, I am troubled. I am concerned, but I did not single out yet the parking lots for parks that we were just talking about.
Right.
Yeah.
So then overall, you're not in favor of any additional restriction?
That is not true. I am in favor of the additional restrictions around crosswalks, around driveways, and the intersections that was outlined in section 4.
Okay.
So, and I also believe that that could be a partial tool to help the safety in the business district as well. Safety, the visibility, moving in and out of driveways, which is one of the concerns. Because I believe that will apply for that will be citywide. Is that correct?
The other restrictions or regulations that we're talking about with regard to driveways and crosswalks, et cetera, would be citywide.
That would be citywide. So that would, yes, thank you.
I think I'm a little confused still, Councilmember Nash. So in section 1124-009, there's the part of it that says, that's the section that's talking about the limits to parking and at park and recreation facilities.
So I was not clear. And I am concerned about adding the publicly accessible park and recreational facilities. I'm sorry, city-owned. Actually, it currently is city-owned parking lots. And we're adding including but not limited to parking lots at publicly accessible park and recreational facilities. And so I will just say, okay, I would not like to add that so that we are being consistent across the board. Does that make sense? So I am in favor of adding, so I would strike the, on section 2.
Could you start with what sections that you are supportive of?
Okay, well, I'm looking at the ordinance in attachment A. And what I would like struck is the prohibition on overnight parking of oversized vehicles. And that includes the whereas statements. That is, whereas the parking of oversized vehicles can create public safety concerns. And whereas actually it's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, the final 6 whereas statements I would like struck. And actually looking at the 7, there is I do not support the parking of oversized vehicles prohibitions. In addition to that, in section 2, I would not add the language including but not limited to parking lots at publicly accessible park and recreation facilities, as those terms are defined in chapter 8.28.020. Everything else, I support section 3, I support section 4. In section 5, I would take out or in a public parking lot, including parking lots serving parks and recreation facilities, chapter 8.28.020. I would strike that again, that part of it again in section 6. Section 7, I believe, is just removal of vehicles parked in violation of oversized vehicle restrictions, so that would be struck. And the rest of the ordinance, I believe I am okay with until, except for the Exhibit A, the entire Exhibit A, 11.24075, I would strike.
Councilmember Nash, so now I understand. So you're saying, and so I'm looking at the sections that are changing, which is reflected in the ordinance, but so in section 11.24.009, you're saying yes to everything except the new restriction on parking at public parking lots and parking lots of public accessible parks and recreation facilities?
Yes.
Okay. And
although I've been looking at the actual ordinance, so.
okay.
Yeah.
And I'd love to know if would you be willing to share a little bit why you'd want to still allow parking in those locations?
Say that again, please.
Could you share the reason as to why you'd accept parking in those locations?
Because for consistency reasons, I think that it is at this point not an issue. But I'm very willing to listen to others. That's why I had not originally put it into my comments. But I think that it is something to be
Well, I think
it's
from my perspective, at least your position is consistent.
Can I chime in here? Because
Yeah.
it seems like it's like a 2-2 situation right now where this is going. And I'm the third vote and I'm very unhappy with this whole situation, as I'm sure we all are. And right now I'm having a hard time, and Chief, I don't know if you guys have thought this out, because I know the administrative, what's it called? The administrative guidelines, or there's something that's yet to be figured out. It's called administrative something.
Regulations.
Administrative regulations have not been written yet. So I guess I'm having a hard time seeing how this all plays out, of where people go, what happens to their stuff, how they get it back. So is that to come later? Because before knowing some of those details, I'm having a hard time committing to doing things to these RVs. It's like a chicken and an egg, Chief.
Okay, so when you're referring to administrative regulations, I think you're talking about departmental policies. Am I correct about that? You're saying,
I
what
guess
does
this
the
is
police department do
a
if they're
little
going to
bit
do
of
this?
some of the other topics we've had. I don't know if it's license plate readers or something, where the council is setting a policy and then you guys figure out how to make it happen.
So my understanding, what we're doing right now, and I'm willing to have city attorney to check me on this, is we're establishing an ordinance that'll basically set a legislative rule, right? It'll say, this is the law when it comes to parking under these circumstances. There will be ripple effects and implications from that. In other words, we are far from a situation where we have to tow one of these RVs under these conditions that we've talked about here tonight. But if we were to do that, the question is, what happens with the property? What happens with the vehicle that's being towed? Those are things that are not covered necessarily in the legislation, but are covered in the guidelines that we set for the behavior of our personnel under those circumstances. Am I correct with that? Is that what you're asking?
Yeah, I guess just knowing what happens to people and their things
Okay.
is
So-
something I feel like I might need to understand better before I understand what I'm doing to people and their
So
things.
what I can give you is we already have existing policies with regard to towing of vehicles and what happens with whatever is inside those vehicles and how it's inventoried and accounted for. And we also have with regard to homeless persons, which I understand is not really part of this parking uh, in terms of the parking enforcement itself, but it is a collateral issue that we're dealing with. We also have a comprehensive policy that deals with the property of people who are unhoused. And so we do have existing policy and it's publicly available because all of our police department policies are publicly available that can be reviewed. But we're also willing to look at those and listen to any suggestions about those policies if they appear to not be comprehensive enough to deal with these new circumstances. My feeling is that we have policies that can fit to these existing circumstances, but I would want to review our policies on that anyway if we're going to implement something like this, which, again, will take a little bit of time so that we can review. I'm not going to review and change them before we have some legislative changes that are going to change how we're looking at it. But once that occurs, I'm happy to look at those and see if they're comprehensive enough to cover all of our needs and make sure that we're operating with enough dignity and respect for the public and enough respect for their property to properly address these.
So we won't know exactly until the ordinance.
It is 100% a chicken and the egg question because I can't bring you a policy saying this will be our policy if we haven't made changes that would require us to change our behavior. And we currently have, like I said, conditions that are laid out already for how we handle circumstances.
Can you give me an idea of how you would handle? I mean, I know you talked about community policing and talking to them, but let's say that doesn't work and that the RV gets towed. So then what happens?
Right. So, well, there are multiple factors at play. First of all, we haven't done this and my direction at this moment, which likely will not change even if we even if we implement this, is we're not going to tow a vehicle that has people in it. Right. So it would have to be a vehicle that currently doesn't have people in it. We wouldn't be taking that vehicle. But if we are facing a situation where those people are not in the vehicle's been sitting there, it's in violation of the law. We've made multiple attempts that are well documented to try and find some type of alternative, and it's not working, and we make the decision to tow, then we would have to inventory everything that's inside that vehicle. We're responsible for everything that we're taking off the street. If there are items that are perishable, that's a concern for us. We may not be able to keep and store those. We may just need to document that. If there is hazard materials of any type, that would change a lot of the complexion of the action that we're taking because we'd have to take different and additional steps to address hazards. But we would be accounting for everything that's in the vehicle in the best way that we could. And in terms of storage, that really depends on what the reasons are for which we are taking it, whether there are hazards present, whether we can properly and safely store those materials, or whether we can't. And so there are a lot of questions that are unanswered. I don't know that I can give you a super direct, other than, we're responsible for everything that we would take off the street if we were taking off the street.
So if I'm someone who's living in my RV and it gets towed away and then I want to get it back to like move somewhere or whatever, am I paying a huge fee now?
You may
I'm just
be,
worrying about the criminalization and
you may
getting
be in
people the worst
position
trouble.
to pay some type of a fee to get that vehicle back. And sometimes those fees can stack up depending on, you know, how close to that tow you realize that vehicle is gone. Right, that they'll charge by the day. There may be conditions under which we can't keep it or we can't store it or house it for a period of time because there are hazards present. That might change everything about it. And so there are a lot of different variables, and it's hard for me to give you an exact answer on that. And as I said, we're a long way from taking such a vehicle off the street and removing people's property away from them. We're not really in the business of doing that without giving them proper recourse to get that property back.
May I please ask for clarification from city staff about administrative guidelines? Do those have to be brought until after a council adopts an ordinance, or can those come first?
Let's see, I can take the first pass at that. It can come first. We have some examples with the zoning ordinance or some other things where the council has seen the administrative guidelines. I think I would want to kind of confirm whether or not it's a curiosity to see the implementing regulations, to be able to decide on the policy decision or not, because we would want to take any of the specific implementing regulations seriously. We would not want to invest a lot of time and energy in that if there's clearly not support on the council for the ordinance. So that's a bit of the chicken and the egg aspect. We're not looking to string this along if there is no council support for the ordinance. But if the implementing regulations would tip the scale for council support, that's something that could be considered. I would just want to be careful of the resource investment in the implementing regulations if there's no support.
And if I could just quickly add to that. So if, for example, we were to say like all of these regulations that we have here, with the exception of this new ordinance about oversized vehicle and, you know, perhaps something about the parking lots, we can move forward on some of this, but we need to understand more information on the other part. You know, I'm committed to part of that process being, I'm happy to say, here are our existing policies. I'd love to get any feedback that you have on this, to answer any questions that you might have as we look at, you know, the idea of safe parking or other things that we've talked about here, that we say that if this isn't working for us right now, if it's just too complex and we're not understanding it, and we're gonna study, that should be part of the study. That's what I would offer.
I think I have, and I'll go to Mayor Taylor, but then like I have the city manager's concern. If there is fundamental and substantive disagreement with, look, in theory, if the vehicles parked for months are already in violation of city law, to be very clear. And so we already are talking about scenarios in which the activity is illegal or violates city ordinance. If there is a fundamental objection to the city staff, the police having the option of towing, then that's fine. Let's have that. And if that's where the majority of the council is, that's fine. But I don't know, digging into the actual operational administrative policies is the way to go. I think at the end of the day, I trust that will be done in a professional manner in line with the standards. If I didn't think so, then I would be saying that I don't think the chief should be the chief. But that is something we invest in him, and trust that he will do. But again, if there's a policy disagreement that the police shouldn't have that optionality, then that's fine. Mayor Taylor.
Thank you, Vice Mayor Combs. And you stated something similar that I was going to state, and that is looking at our leadership And what our chief has come to us asking for tools for him and his department. If this isn't going to pass at minimum, and I'm not sure if I brought this up in the past, but just looking at some of it was suggestions from, I think it was 2 folks that work at with a provider, and looking at an RFP, because something has to happen. We can't continue to allow, and this is not just the RVs, but we know that there are folks sleeping in their cars. And it's not to say we're writing an ordinance and you have to leave, we're going to tow your vehicle. It's about creating some resources for them and helping the existing services serve our city at the level that we need service, because right now we're not getting that. And so I don't know, and I'm not sure, since it's not agendized, I don't know if that could be a part of the direction, even if this ordinance doesn't pass. But there's still the need to do something. And what is that something? So we have to do something this evening. And I trust our leadership. I trust the city manager and I trust the police chief.
I may bet you on whether we do something this evening, Mayor Taylor. Well, Councilmember Willison, you describe yourself as a third vote. So,
I mean, honestly, what I'm thinking, I mean, I'm thinking a lot of things and they're all in conflict with each other. But what I'm really thinking is, I don't know if I have the stomach to tow these right now. Honestly, I don't. And there's going to be fresh new council members coming on in 2 more meetings. And, you know, yes, I totally hear what you're saying. If we're just stalling because we don't want to make a hard decision tonight, like that's silly. However, there might be some new perspectives coming in that have, and I'm willing, I've never abstained from a vote in my life, but I'd be delighted to have fresh eyes looking at this, that have the energy to like take this on. And maybe I'm just not in the place to be able to like reconcile this. And I apologize for that. That's kind of where I'm at right now.
no, and that's totally fair. And I don't think
being totally transparent here.
you're stalling, and that's totally fine. I said I just thought that, like, let's not give the chief direction to go in and come back with this very specific, yeah. And
Yeah, I don't want wild goose chase either, but there is like
if
new geese coming on board.
your point is like, look, at this moment, I'm just not comfortable with this proposal, and I think that's a legitimate response. I can't disagree with that. I mean, I disagree with it, but I can't disagree with where you're coming from. Because yeah, it's not sending the chief on some wild goose chase. I mean, but my opinion though then is that, like, at least where I'm coming from is, like I say, like most of what's being proposed here has the same narrative. And so I'm like, if the oversized vehicles is an issue, then like to me, like everything's an issue. I think the issue about like sort of parking, you know, within certain like within a certain distance of like curb cuts and stuff like that, that's about bringing us in line with state.
I feel very comfortable about that.
Yeah.
The visibility, that I'm ready to move forward on that. So if we can bifurcate that I don't have any moral confusion over. It's this RV thing that's.
Well, I just don't know the extent to which that stuff is like the real issue. And so I think that's where I'm at. Yeah, Councilmember Doran, then back to Mayor Taylor.
I think, Mayor Taylor, what I hear a lot of overlap in what you were asking for about, let's find what those other solutions are. And so I wonder if that can be part of the direction here of saying, city staff, we need to know more. We need to know more about the folks who are living in the RVs currently. We need to know what are the different options. I know We Hope had mentioned the safe parking situation. I know that there are also some challenges with offering all those other services, and some communities have done that, some others haven't. This other thing that some cities have done of choosing what are streets and what are situations using criteria of they're too narrow, or they're, you know, I don't know what the criteria are, but looking at those criteria, like location-based parking prohibitions or something. I want there to be time spent looking at those things and also seeing what's currently being offered. That's not been clear at all to us, what's currently being offered to these folks, and what can we do to create more achievable, actionable items for folks who are needing more stable housing. And so I would like to see what other solutions, what other ways can we be engaging with folks to provide those alternatives rather than what's currently being done, because what's currently being done of the knocking on doors or whatever, what in the current frame doesn't seem to be working as well as it should.
But again, I think that that's creating like an impossible like job for the police and for city staff that are out there. In some cases, you have people who have like very serious like mental health issues. You're dealing with all sorts of things. And just to say that like, oh, look, your strategy of knocking on doors isn't working. I think, to be honest, it's kind of insulting to the police that have been out there and essentially are out there every day dealing with this. And I know we can all say that we went on a tour of it, but like they're out there every day and have been under the tools that they currently have been trying to resolve this issue. And so let's not sort of make this, sprinkle these sort of fairy dust options out there or make it seem as though the city staff has not been like working their butts off, trying to, under the current provisions, like really solution this in the best way they can.
Please let me clarify. I'm not criticizing the city staff. I know there are other folks that have been out there related to other programs that have been knocking on doors. And so I think that there's more to be done to figure out what is working and what isn't, to figure out how to create outreach. And that's not, I'm not saying that's on PD, and I'm not criticizing the PD's approach, but I know that there are other groups that the city works with. There are other groups maybe in a broader coalition of outreach that we can be working with, including maybe some of the groups that have reached out to us, citing concerns with this ordinance.
And I think what does work is having the optionality of being able to enforce a very specific outcome and letting the people out there know that that's an option. Because if they know that that's not an option, then they're going to continue. If they know it's just going to be like a sticker on the window and then life will go on, then they will continue. Again, that's what I said. It's like it's easy for the dais to say, oh, you know, you haven't explored all the options. It's very easy to sit here and say that. But on the ground, it is really difficult, and sometimes you have to give the police or those people on the ground the real option to make people know that they have a binary choice. And that's not pretty, but that's reality. And my only concern here, and there's not the 3 votes, and I think we're just gonna move on. And or if someone wants to make a motion on the other items, then happy to consider it. But oh, I got to go to Mayor Taylor. Wait 1 second. But it just that like this, we all know that this, if there were 40 RVs parked in Burgess parking lot right there, or along Santa Cruz Avenue, we know that this would be a different discussion. And I can say to myself that the fact that wherever this was happening in the city, I would be responding the same way. The very same way. And again, if these were 40 RVs in Burgess parking lot, this would not be the outcome. That I know. Mayor Taylor.
Thank you, Vice Mayor Combs. I would like to make the motion to continue this item until the new council members are seated.
I'm happy to second that motion.
All right, clerk. And it's a very weighty matter, and so I appreciate the moment of levity. No, but we have a first and a second.
And actually, I will turn to our city attorney. Does this require a formal motion, or can we just take the direction to continue this to 2025?
Sure, let's take a motion.
Okay. Give me just 1 second. I have a motion on the floor by Mayor Taylor and a second by City Councilmember Willison. And this is going to be to continue this item to 2025 with the newly seated city council. All right, and just want to turn to staff. Staff is okay with continuing this to 2025 with a newly seated council? Or should we push for a December meeting?
No, in terms of
Oh,
time
good.
frame, it would definitely be
Okay.
2025. It will not be a December meeting. So Yes, then I would just totally respect the motion. The second, just want to confirm about the day lighting, whether there's any desire to potentially move forward with the day lighting. The day lighting is the restrictions near crosswalks, intersections, driveways. I'm not looking to complicate things. I can totally live with waiting until 2025 for that. I just want to be explicit with that question.
Which number is it, Mr. Murphy?
Yes, thank you, Mayor. Just take us a second to identify the section that would remain.
I believe it's section 11-24026.
Sorry, City, if you wouldn't mind listing the section of the ordinance. So is that section 4?
Section 4.
Yes, section 4.
Okay, yeah, so it would be section 4 would remain. A number of the recitals would be deleted. I think some of those have been enumerated. And so we, from a staff perspective, we could identify what would remain, what would be deleted. It's a question back to, I guess, the mayor as the maker of the motion, whether you want to consider that. I think we can do that relatively quickly this evening to kind of make it clear for the council, or we could wait until 2025.
I'm definitely supportive of including section 4.
I'm also very happy to second that.
Okay, so the motion by Taylor, second by City Councilmember Willison, is then going to be to waive the first reading and introduce an ordinance, which includes section 4 or 11.24.026 and continuing the remainder until 2025.
Did you want to include section 3 as well?
I'm supportive.
Yes, I know that there's some discussion of the various sections about, I think section 3 could be included, section 4. I think section 5 and section 6 were subject to some discussion this evening. So I think it might be better for those to wait.
So I would be supportive as the seconder for the section 3 and 4, and then for the continuation.
Thank you.
Through the city, through the mayor, vice mayor, through the city clerk. Can I just summarize? We want the other sections on recitals and CEQA left in. So I think the motion is actually waive the first reading, approve, read by title only, and approve the ordinance subject to the following changes: eliminating section 5, 6, and 7 from the ordinance as drafted, as well as asking staff to remove all recitals related to oversized vehicles. I think that's the actual motion.
Okay. And then continue the item 2.
And then continue the rest.
Perfect. All right. And then continue remainder to 2025 with the newly seated city council. Okay. So the motion by Mayor Taylor, the second by City Council Member Willison to waive the first reading and waive the first reading and introduce and read by title only this ordinance subject to the removal of sections 5, 6, and 7 from the ordinance as drafted, and removing all recitals related to oversized vehicles, and continuing the remainder to 2025 with the newly seated city council. Any further city council question or discussion? Oh.
Yes, actually, this is just not sitting well with me. It's quite concerning that we have a sitting city council that knows this community and has been here for a long time and is not able to make a decision about creating some kind of certainty for our community about what will happen to these residents. And so it concerns me that
we're just saying punt it and create more months of uncertainty, more time where alternative creative solutions are not being explored when we can do something right now. Excuse me.
What can we do? Like what? Start
I would
writing
like,
it.
yes, study session, a time where staff spend time going and actually figuring out which of the people work here, which of the people are in school here, and getting more data to understand what is the actual impact of this proposed harm.
But nothing's happening.
The proposed harm of the ordinance. A challenge that for me of this ordinance is that it came before any conversation, excuse me, or any study session where we were exploring information.
I'm going to be very frank. This has been a years-long issue with the city. This is not new at all. If anything, the property owners and the people that work there have said that the city's engagement here has been much too delayed, that it's taken years to act. And as I understand it now, we're not even actually acting. The oversized vehicle ordinance aspect is not being, and so I'm not clear. It's not being acted on.
So, Vice Mayor Combs, I think a part of it, the ordinance doesn't deal with program and services at all. And not sure how many months ago, this was one of the reasons why I wanted to create the subcommittee that you and I are on, because it's an option to look at ordinances, giving our PD and our city some tools, and also looking at programs and services that we can also empower the city manager to look into, and then also what the county is doing. There's actually a lot of work being done by the county. Dealing with the issue of unhoused and homelessness, takes time. It takes some effort, and it's painful. If you see how many people are actually sleeping on the streets in Menlo Park, the folks in the RVs are at least in a place that is somewhat sheltered, but there's folks sleeping out in the street. And I think Councilmember Dorr, it's hard for her because the ordinance doesn't deal with any of the services and programs, which it's not designed to.
But people have been offered services and programs. The city staff and other agencies and police have engaged time and offered other options. I think we can sort of disagree about how robust that may have been, but the idea that like the city staff has not been engaged when we did the street sweeping, like effort some months ago. My understanding was that also included like engagement with the people there and sort of trying to expose them to some other options or learn about their situations in some way. So like, again, we can, I just don't think it's fair to suggest that like that there has been no sort of engagement beyond this proposed ordinance. I think Councilmember Wilson was going to say something.
Oh, no, I think this job is just hard. And I mean, one thing that we could have or could discuss, which I don't know if we are in the mood tonight, would be, We Hope was here talking about a safe parking thing and directing staff, but that would be creating a whole new program, going outside of already programs that we've committed to in the housing element that are using staff resources. So, I mean, there are things we could be discussing that maybe haven't been floated. But I think I just want to acknowledge Councilmember Dorr's pain, and this is a really challenging topic, and I'm sorry if I'm the one bringing in the punting. This is just it's just where I'm at right now. So.
And I'll just say, because like it's a real conversation. If we're talking about safe sites, I think the question is where. And the very instant you find, let's say you find a foot, the neighbors in that area will have a certain response.
Right. No, I get that.
So it's like, and so, yeah, like I'm sorry, I can't wrap the world up in a pretty bow, but those are.
I don't think
Yeah.
we're looking for the boat. I think we're just all looking for some acknowledgement. This is painful for everybody, and that this is a really tough situation. So, anyway, but I think unless maybe we can vote, or is there?
Yeah, so I'm not voting in the affirmative. So as long as the people who are voting in the affirmative have some clear understanding
I believe
of what that means.
I think the motion was that we were going to go ahead with the sightlines and the red curbing, and then the continuation to January, right?
But so we would do the continuation and then the sort of in the distance of the curb cut separate. I mean, it's fine just to understand that like there's one you support and one you don't support.
The general Title 11 changes I'm supportive of, but the moving the other items to a further council meeting, I'm not supportive of. So I'd like to bifurcate so I can vote on the ones I'm supportive of.
Okay, so you can vote not in favor of moving the items to another council meeting? Because I'll be frank, like a future council can take up whatever it does or doesn't want. So even if we voted here for those ordinance changes, like a future council could like take that up again and change the ordinance. So if the whole idea is that like a future council has like all the optionality that we have at any moment in time, irrespective of what we do. So I'm fine if it makes you feel more comfortable with like, I don't have any substantive objection to bifurcating it, but the continuation or not doesn't change what a future council can do. But I think the people who make the motion have to be okay with sort of bifurcating it and make sure you understand the bifurcation.
If the city council would like, I can read the first motion related to the ordinance with the bifurcation of continuing the oversized recitals to 2025. That way, Mayor Taylor and City Councilmember Willison could hear the motion bifurcated, or? Sure. Okay. So there is a motion on the floor by Mayor Taylor and a second by City Councilmember Willison to introduce and read by title only an ordinance subject to removing sections 5, 6, and 7 as the ordinance is drafted and removing all recitals related to oversized vehicles. That would be the first motion on the floor. The second motion would be to continue the oversized recitals to 2025 with the newly seated City Council. And so then looking to Mayor Taylor for the first motion, nodding yes. Okay. So then we will take the first motion and second by Taylor and Willison, introducing, removing sections 5, 6, 7, and removing recitals related to oversized vehicles. Any further City Council question or discussion? Seeing none, by roll call vote, City Councilmember Nash?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Combs?
No, because I'm going to vote no on both because I was supportive of the comprehensive proposal.
Thank you. City Councilmember Willison?
Yes.
City Councilmember Doher?
Yes.
Mayor Taylor?
Yes.
And the motion passes with Vice Mayor Combs dissenting. And then for the second motion, we'll need a new first and seconder, or Taylor and Willison can second, or motion and second that one as well.
I'll make the motion.
I'm happy to second.
Okay. So a motion on the floor by Mayor Taylor, second by City Councilmember Willison to continue the oversized recitals to 2025 with the newly seated City Council. Any further City Council question or discussion? Seeing none, by roll call vote, City Councilmember Nash?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Combs?
No, because again, I think the city has waited too long to act already.
Thank you. City Councilmember Willison?
Yes.
City Councilmember Doher?
No, because I think we had the opportunity to act tonight.
Thank you. And Mayor Taylor?
Yes.
And the motion passes with Vice Mayor Combs and City Councilmember Dorr dissenting. Thank you.
Okay. Moving on to informational items. Informational items are transmitted to the City Council in staff's effort to provide an update on matters of importance to the City Council. Informational items are not action items. However, a City Council member, city staff member, or a member of the public may request to make a comment or ask a question on any of the informational items. City Clerk Karen, do we have any public comments on the informational items?
Thank you, Vice Mayor. So at this time, if any member of the public wishes to provide comment on our informational items, M1, City Council agenda topics, M2, the Police Department quarterly update for Q3, M3, update on childcare survey results, and M4, update on the emergency water storage supply project. If you're participating virtually, please engage that hand feature bottom of your screen. Calling in from a landline or a cell phone, please press *9. Participating in person, complete a speaker card at the back table and return to me at the clerk's desk. All right, and this will be the final call for public comment on our informational items M1 through M4. No hands or cards. Vice Mayor, you may continue.
All right, thank you, City Clerk Karen. With that, we'll move on to City Manager's report. To introduce the item is City Manager Justin Murphy.
Yes, thank you. Don't have any specific updates this evening.
All right, thank you. With that, we'll go to City Council member reports. Any reports from City Council members since the October 22nd City Council meeting? Oh, Mayor Taylor.
Thank you, Vice Mayor Combs. My report out is that I attended the HLC conference. I believe that was 2 weeks ago. Also, the anti-displacement meeting that the city hosted last week. I also was the alternate for the San Francisco Creek JPA. And my last report out is, and I'm going quickly just because of the hour. So if you have any questions, my last report out was that we held a closed session in May of 2024, and the council agreed that having the attorney billing was no longer necessary. And that is my report out. Thank you.
Thank you. So I attended 2 meetings were about long-term planning. One was the South Bayside Waste Management Authority, where we discussed the fiscal year 2025 operating budget and 5-year capital improvement plan projections in draft form. And also with Peninsula Clean Energy, we discussed organizational strategy for their 2025 to 2030 strategic plan. Happy to talk with anyone about those if they're interested. I also want to give a shout out to staff for the Halloween hoopla, which was a lot of fun. I saw Vice Mayor Combs there and with his family, and it was really well done. Also attended the anti-displacement meeting, which also was really well done. And I hope more people go to the next meetings and take a look at any material that comes out of it. It was very worthwhile. And finally, the Menlo Park Police Department swearing-in ceremony was fantastic as usual. It's always wonderful to hear the officers' backgrounds and able to celebrate with the family and friends. And Vice Mayor Combs was there as well. So thank you. You've got a really good group of people.
Yeah, I'll plus one on the swearing in and the Halloween hoopla. Great community events, very different, but great community events. My one sort of quasi report out is that in reference to Mayor Taylor's report out, I want to emphasize that I was in opposition, or I'm not supportive of the council majority's decision to give direction to that doesn't require a continuing reporting out of legal billings. I think it was an important transparency, good governance measure, and I'm disappointed that we will no longer be doing it. And so that is my commentary on Mayor Taylor's report out. So I don't know if that's an actual report out. So any other report outs? Okay, so with that, I will adjourn the meeting.